this mode is that the entire other half of the population is now going to get to see themselves in our game, and they've never been able to do that before. You're going to be able to scan your face. You're going to be able to see you doing amazing things in our game. And that's a really, really powerful experience. So we're really excited to get this into the hands of everybody. In this mode, you're going to create a player, and you're going to progress them through their career on the court. But you're also going to be tasked with making off-court decisions that are going to help shape the future of the league. It's a new story, a new narrative, a new way to play, a new way to progress and interact with the leagues that we love. And we're really looking forward to see how it grows with the community.
And are you wondering about gameplay? On and off-screen reactions have been rewritten for smarter switches than ever before. Transition defense, adaptive coaching, screen positioning, and AI HUD have all been refined. Yes, next-gen NBA 2K21 is sharper, smoother, and plays better than ever. The only question left is, which game mode will you tip off in first?
Check out the next generation of My Team. New in 2K21 is My Team Season. New triple threat challenges were added for Season 2, and there is much more coming in each season, with Season 3 starting soon. And if you've already played My Team this year, all of the collection and progress is here and waiting for you in next gen. Plus, any badges applied to players have already been mapped to the next gen version. So what are you waiting for? Play and compete with the new gameplay and graphics. Check out the new Pink Diamond Plaza Courts for triple threat and co-express combined. And stay connected with the shared auction house for current gen. With so much going on, there is never a bad thing.
And that's the player introductions completed. So in just a few moments, we'll be back and ready for action.
Next Gen is a different game, and here to talk about what's new in gameplay is gameplay director Mike Bingham. Mike, welcome back to 2K TV. Let's start with the first. Jumping into 2K21, what's new?
Not much new. 2K21 Next Gen is going to be most people do it the same way. For those of you who play 2K in the past, most of you are using 2K to start with this before. So the pros take forever to find 2K21
Started out with nothing, I was hungry. Now I got a couple niggas, bitches on me. Fuck nigga, I don't wanna be your homie. I had to make a couple bands by my lonely. I had to make a couple bands by my lonely. I had to make a couple bands by my lonely. I had to make a couple bands by my lonely. Fuck nigga, I don't wanna be your homie. All I wanna do is count commas. I had to make a couple bands for the come up. Got kicked out the house, I had no option. I was going through it with my mama. Jugging and finessing, had to play it raw. Smoking weed, dodging feds, cause my hand hard. When I dropped out, I said fuck all of y'all. Imagine pulling up to your school in the best car. I was born in 94, I got the tattoo. I just took his bitch, that's what that cash do. If you went from broke to rich quick, you would brag too. I'm sorry I finessed you out your money, but I had to. Started out with nothing, I was hungry. Now I got a couple niggas, bitches on me. Fuck nigga, I don't wanna be your homie. I had to make a couple bands by my lonely. I had to make a couple bands by my lonely. Had to make a couple bands by my lonely. I had to make a couple bands by my lonely. Fuck nigga, I don't wanna be your homie. Ha 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 ha. You mad or not? Fuck nigga don't want off. Them things gon' all out. These stocks don't get no love. My pockets is on large. I'm swimming in a gloss. I got gold all on my watch. My belt cost 20 your check. I'm throwing all this money like bread. I know it make girls so wet. I know they put the nigga upset. I'm winning, you lose. That's your fault, should never snooze. You broke, never made no moves. I be making movies, no Tom Cruise. Started out with nothing, I was hungry. Now I got a couple niggas, bitches on me. Fuck nigga, I don't wanna be your homie. I had to make a couple bands by my lonely. I had to make a couple bands by my lonely. Had to make a couple bands by my lonely. I had to make a couple bands by my lonely. Fuck nigga, I don't wanna be your homie. By my lonely. Make a couple bands by my lonely. MCTM too. I got money. I be fucking hell, oh, this is that thing. I say, baby, run it round. So they let me hear you say my name. Hey, bitch, I'm rich, but I'm super elite. Now she wanna make me out her man. That's a trick with a good kid. I don't stop these niggas playing games. They take out my fashion, shot inside my jacket. I just said a prep about my say, let's go get active. You can win that cash. I just let the shot down, show them this shit massive. I pull up on free sport, I look like a man. Open inside my coat, got me so dumb bad, I might need a nanny. Ashy, that in my geography. I think all these niggas counterfeit. Act like that they don't know, them shots fell off his stranger, bitch. Bro, 210, all he wanna do is play some shit. Paul Bear made us, stuck on him and take it shit. I got money. I be fucking hell, oh, this is that thing. I say, baby, run it round. So they let me hear you say my name. Hey, bitch, I'm rich, but I'm super elite. Now she wanna make me out her man. That's a trick with a good kid. I don't stop these niggas playing games. These niggas lame, they know I be making on all of these hoes like a player. I'm keeping that dope in the drawer when I'm rolling it, go holding value and all the smell. And Billy Thiago, whenever I step out, I cover my new hoe and new Chanel. I stay with my fire, I'ma call girl. I shoot this bitch round, they gon' call 12. The banger. It's a jet ass beat. Once I take out, once I face them in this, I blow feet. I should change my name to double R. Bitch, I'm really rich. Niggas on that shit, shit. Gunning in, inside this business, killing shit. But I got money. I be fucking hell, oh, this is that thing. I say, baby, run it round. So they let me hear you say my name. Hey, bitch, I'm rich, but I'm super elite. Now she wanna make me out her man. That's a trick with a good kid. I don't stop these niggas playing games. Ain't no fans with you cookie. Hold on, policy, like a Mary Jane, like a chocolate, or a vein, pull up, pick up, dang, I am that man. Pull up, thug, and she won't fuck me, cause my sex bill. Hold on, come and see, brand new keys, that's a Kendra set. I feel sick of all this motherfucking poverty. Can you tell me who's the second shot to me? Can't get no sleep, bring the heat, and push the block to feet. I knock down through, you know that's me, you hear that top speed. Police trying to send me like Nico Jenkins. Rico ain't try to concentrate, everybody's like say I ain't seen them. Swear like I'm out in the neck. Push the bench till it fall to pieces. Say it's screaming free spinning. Living hard, girl, no, it ain't easy. Leave the house, tell me, make it basic. My right got bodies on it. Say close, 6 pounders on it. Cover brain got with them cappers in it. Man down, we falling on it. Nighttime slang deposition. Northside was riders on it. Take some hit him with it through his fences. Take his man, put some miners on it. Take some pops and zip him, take his whole face. No case. Red eye versus that cop car, that's a cold tape. No way. I'm gonna get caught in with this cop today. Real rich nigga might be on till I make 3 M's in 3 days. Hold on, policy, like a Mary Jane, like a Pull up, pick up, dang, I am that man. Pull up, thuggin', she won't fuck me, cause my sex good. Hold on, come and see, brand new keys, just a Tesla shirt. I say I'm sick of all this motherfucking poverty. Can you tell me who's the second shot to me? Can't get no sleep from the heat and put your block to feet. I knock down through, you know that's me, you hear that top speak. Big time, trying to flash the top of gone. Great data, ain't no fucking public figure, I can come on data zone. Crack on just from face to come. It's a blurry picture who real fake. When they come this way, he don't know who what I'm getting my for. Mama can't automatic, danger zone when we flying steady. My ones and twos for to keep my cool. Drink still making me a fast. Put a nigga face on the moon. Drum daddy can't get no fast. Skype put him on fucking fast. Head hunter in a fresh and fast. Pull up seat like a minute Jane. Like a chop steady, water bang. Pull up, pick up, dang, I am that man. Pull up, thuggin', she won't fuck me, cause my sex good.
I'm testing that shit right now for real.
Can't get no sleep, slang the heat and put your block to piece. I knock down through, you know that's me, you hear that chop speak.
I want to be the fastest nigga on the fucking court. We don't need that much shooting, though. How this shit looking? 5 finishing, 15 shooting, 16 shooting. What is that right here? Like I can fucking ISO and play pretty much anything.
Back to my channel. Today, our driving layup is going to be a 62. Our driving dunk is going to be a punch back to a 95. And please don't run out of energy. Forever. Now for the height, okay? This year is different. You guys gotta listen. This year is different. If you make any guard 6'4" or lower, you are at a huge disadvantage. Do not do it, okay? So 6'4" at the minimum, alright? Minimum. Do not make it any smaller. So the player that I have created is 6'5". Do whatever you want. I'll have this. If you do or mid-range 80 seconds, which will allow us to get contact dunk, and then our standing dunk will be at a 66. Now, as you guys can see, we will have 4 finishing badges. Now, I'm going to talk about all my badges once we have put everything on this build. Now, for the shooting category, we're going to max out our mid-range shot to a 95, our three-point shot to a 95, and our free throw, we're only going to put it up to a 70. So we will end up with 23 shooting badges. Now, for playmaking, we're going to put our pass accuracy to an 80, and our ball handle, we got to max out our ball handle, obviously, so we can speed boost and do all that good stuff. And now for our ball with speed, which is very important this year, that is new, make sure that's maxed to be as fast as possible, and we will have 18 playmaking badges available, okay? Now for our defensive and rebounding category, we got to put our perimeter defense all the way up to a 95. Once you do that, we're going to skip steal, and we are going to skip our block, alright? Now the next thing we're going to upgrade is our offensive rebound and our defensive rebound. We're going to max those as much as you possibly can, and that will give us most of our defensive badges. Actually, that right there gives us all of our defensive badges. We will have 10 defensive badges, which is really good. Now it is time to upgrade our physical. We want to upgrade your speed to a 92, so you're as fast as possible. Your acceleration to a 92, you accelerate, and then your stamina at a 95, so you don't run out of energy. Now this right here is the bad spread, 4 finishing, 23 shooting, 18 playmaking, and 10 defensive. Alright, now in my opinion, that's actually a really good bad spread. I want to talk a little bit about the max dose at a 95, so you don't run out of energy. Now this right here is the bad spread, 4 finishing, 23 shooting, 18 playmaking, and 10 defensive. Alright, now in my opinion, that's actually a really good bad spread. Now it is time to upgrade our physical. You want to upgrade your speed to a 92, so you're as fast as possible. Your acceleration to a 92, you accelerate, you feel me? And then your stamina at a 90. 5 so you don't run out of energy. Now this right here is the bag spread for finishing grades available. Now, go ahead and with an 89, and then we get decent amount to get it, alright? Now, for primary, I highly recommend if you guys are a guard, if you copy my exact grade, you guys get that ankle breaker shot creating takeover for your primary. Alright, now I'm going to talk about the sharpshooting one that says limitless 3 or whatever, something like that where you can shoot from deep. I don't know what it is, but I feel like that shooting back is really inconsistent. Like, it makes your green window really big. I don't know, it's hard to describe it, but once you use it, it's way different, and you're going to see, like, you're not going to hit as many shots. I highly recommend you guys using ankle breaker shots as your primary, and then limitless 3, or like slashing, or maybe lockdown as your secondary takeover, okay? Now, if you guys don't have this game yet, and you're just looking at 2K21 Next Gen videos to maybe to prepare yourself, to get yourself right before you actually get your console so you know what to use, I got you guys. Make sure you guys copy everything I got, so whenever you guys do come on to 2K, you guys are going to be right with the best build possible. You feel me? The best takeover, all that good stuff, the badges. You guys aren't going to be a bot, you know? Once you get the game, people are going to just take advantage of you. But those are the 2 takeovers I highly recommend you guys using. In my opinion, those are just the best. Now once you select that, it says we have built a playmaking shot creator. Now the name playmaking shot creator is kind of ass. Alright, now I don't know if you're the type of person to say like, oh, I don't want to use this build because they have a playmaking shot creator, when this build has been in the game forever. I don't know what it is, but that's just what this build turned out to be. Now for the badges, we get 4 finishing, 23 shooters, 18 playmaking, and 10 defense.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be fast as a bitch.
What I were to use if I had my build max. Okay, so what we're gonna do is posterizer on gold and slithery finisher on bronze for our finishing category. I think posterizer is gonna be really glitchy once I max out my build. Now for shooting badges, we gotta go deep freeze on Hall of Fame, hot zone hunter Hall of Fame, hot shot Hall of Fame, green machine Hall of Fame, difficult shot on Hall of Fame on silver, Jedi silver, and then catch and shoot on silver. Now moving on to playmaking, what we're going to use is quick first step on Hall of Fame, handles for days on Hall of Fame. We might use 4 general on silver, diamond, silver, bailout silver for sure on collectible. All those main playmaking badges that always work in every single 2K. They're always really good, and you can just always rely on them to work for you. I've not tested out ankle breaker yet because I don't have that badge for takeover. I did mess up my build and I didn't select that as my takeover. But I really want to do that, alright? I want to see if I can break ankles this year and see how overpowered those badges are. Now moving on to defense, the last category, we're going to use Lamb's Hall of Fame, Kick Dodger Hall of Fame, and then Tireless Defender on silver. Now those are the badges that I would run. So if you guys are curious on asking like, yo, what badges are you going to use? Those are the badges that I would run right there when my build is maxed. Like I said, my build is not maxed yet. I have like 5 to 4 shooting badges. I have just a couple finishing, like maybe like 3 defense and maybe like 2 finishing. My build isn't there yet, but you guys can see I'm performing well. I'm doing really well. Nobody's beating me. You guys see I went on a 30-game win streak, a 20-game win streak. I'm going crazy in the park. If you guys have been watching these streams on the daily, you know we've been going on a 10 plus a lot here recently. Like we get the flaming ball on the court, so it's been a lot. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys did enjoy, don't forget to drop a like, hit that sub button, subscribe for more content. We're doing daily uploads, daily streams, all that good stuff. Thank you guys for watching. It's been your boy Coach DM, and I'm out here. Peace. Don't to my white tee, so I know I'm gonna catch that nigga. Where you from with my white tees? I got the shit on the dash, nigga. Gotta love my psyche, I'm a mind, I'm fucking ass nigga. Like I said on that psyche, when I trans and over line, nigga. Fight me, we don't know who's driving. We're gonna forget in the prayer, like what it was that.
I woke the magical spirits of the enchanted forest. Okay, that's definitely not what I thought you were going to say.
Hello and welcome. Thanks for joining us for some NBA 2K21 action. We're here to get a peek at a My Player build, so this should be fun.
football fans. Joined by Brian Benefitemi and Tim Schwartz. This is Blake Kunia welcoming you in. All eyes on my player tonight.
I'll definitely be tracking him, Blake. I'm excited to see where his game is. Each contest is a different environment, and each game presents new challenges. How you deal with those questions says a lot about your future.
Finally, we agree, Brian. But quite frankly, for anyone in the NBA, that is the challenge. Every game is different between team styles and the players they face. So how can you adjust? If things aren't going perfectly, how do you deal with failure? It's the best league in the world. Nothing is easy.
The Lakers are back to being an NBA title contender every year. As an NPB, how would you offer it my way?
Well, it's one of the best places to play in the NBA. They have the fans, they have the weather, and they have those black tie functions that Kate seems to always be at. But at the end of the day, this is an old roster, and they're looking for young pieces to build around.
The other side is the Lakers have really turned this roster over so much the last couple of years. So as a win in this system, you'll get lots of chances to shine, but you'll also have an opportunity to make an impact. The best part of all of it, you could be the piece that is the difference in a championship series.
Oh shit. Oh my god, bro. Throw the whole shot away. Damn, bro, how we get this double takeover, bro? What's up, Dimitri? Yellow. Oh my fucking god. That's why I get for trying to go for double takeover, bro. Oh my god.
This isn't a clown show. There's no time to be silly. This is time to win a game.
If my player is to win, what do you need to focus on to be successful playing alongside LeBron James?
chance to play alongside King James. From an offensive perspective, be ready for the ball and be ready for open threes because LeBron whips his passes all around the court. So you need to have your head on a swivel.
No doubt, but also listen and learn. Watch how James operates, how he uses his body. You have a chance to learn from perhaps the best ever to play the game. His shooting numbers slipping this quarter.
Toronto. Michael Butler covering. Butler outside. And the Lakers hit again from deep.
They made one bucket after another to get this game started. I wonder if this is the early stages of a blowout.
Well, let's not deny it.
What's good, Green? Do not do the badge of VC glitch in this bitch. Boy. Yeah, they tough this shit, boy. They tough on this shit, I'm glad I went on high route. I was on a rookie 3. I ain't really that down bad, though. I ain't buy VC on that. I ain't really buy VC on that, so I'm not really that down bad for it. Oh my fucking god! This shit's so retarded, bruh. Every time I get close to team takeover, I lose on dumb stuff. Well, double takeover. I think he can. Yeah, I think he still can change the shot read and shit. I'm fucking with this field right here. Pass it back, nigga. I know how to dribble a little bit. I'm glad, bro, for real. You can make a whole lot of shit with power force, bro. And one, get up! Broke that nigga. Play shot. It's basically a play shot, but it got 10 defensive badges, 20. How many shooting? I think like 23 shooting. They say you can make another account, but this still gonna give you the game for free and shit. Yep, do not do any glitches, bro. I learned my lesson. Damn. Oh my gosh. Niggas gonna get a double teaming me? This shit glitchy, low key. Whole time. I ain't even went back out there yet, bro. Oh my god. I'm going to make the paint beat just to get out of Rickyville, bro. I'm not trying to play with no randoms, bro. Oh my god. You don't get no rep for it? Man, what the fuck? Bro, what's the point? It's like my court. Man, what the fuck? Who idea was that? Bro, who idea was it for that dumb? Bro, that's gotta be the dumbest shit I've heard. Oh man, what the fuck? You don't get no rep if you play on the ones court. That's what I mostly wanted to play. Well, I guess I'm gonna be playing on the twos or some shit, bro. Oh my gosh, keep coming to the same spot to pull up on. Damn, how many points I got? 60 or something? I feel like I got 100 points right now. What's up, Diz? Damn, boy. I'm over here taking booty right now for real. There's something about you, girl, that just makes my head want to drown. Not again. Hell yeah. I try to fade that bitch. Hell yeah, Diz. Hey, Diz, they banned me, bruh. They done got me, bruh, for real. Somebody snitched. No, I'm just playing. Them niggas got like software now that tells you if you like doing the badge glitches and shit this year, boy. These niggas done stepped up their game for real, boy. I can't do no more glitches. Boy, you do a glitch this year, boy, they gonna find out. They gonna fucking ban you quick as a bitch, bruh. They banned me right in the middle of playing park yesterday and everything. Boy, they banned the fuck out of me, boy. Boy, I ain't even gonna send no ticket, boy. They done caught me too good. I ain't even know they was on their shit like that, bruh. But I've been stealing VC for so many years, but they done finally got me, bruh. Nah, on this one right here, on 2K21, on this one. I made a whole new account, bruh. I still basically got the same name, though. At least they ain't IP banned me, bruh. Yeah, from yesterday. Yeah, when you remember I had that 400,000 VC, bruh? Hell yeah. From that 400,000 VC I had, bruh. I ain't even know the glitch was gonna work, bruh. I got on that bitch, boy. I looked at my VC count. I said, hallelujah! Boy, they done got me, boy. Boy, they done got me, boy. I done stole these motherfuckers VC, bruh. So this what happened, bruh. When you go to the My Team fucking screen and shit, you press X on that, and then you close out. You basically go to the game hub and buy the game again, bro. Every time you buy this game, bro, they give you 100k VC, bro. I ain't doing that shit no more. I think they patched that shit anyway, bro. Like, why would you ban me if you already patched the glitch anyway, bro? Like, what's the point? Like, what's the point of banning me if y'all just patched the glitch, bro? Like, come on now, bro. I ain't buying no VC though. Hey, y'all lost all that VC. They said we ain't fucking around with y'all niggas no more, bro. I'm gonna start streaming Call of Duty and other shit though too. Have you heard that DeMar DeRozan went to the Lakers for Kuzma and Danny Green? The fuck they gonna do with DeMar DeRozan though? Can DeMar DeRozan shoot threes? Like, what they need him for, bro? I know he's a good shot creator, he's a good mid-range shooter, but they don't got no three-point shooters on their team, bro. Danny Green's supposed to be a three-point shooter, bro. This nigga over there making a brick house and shit. El Chapo with the bricks. Nigga shooting straight bricks. Nigga selling cocaine for real, no cap. Man, that shit be stupid, bro. For real. If the DeMar DeRozan go to the Lakers, they'll be stupid as fuck, bro. They need shooters, bro. They need people that can shoot. They already got decent defense and shit. They just need shooters, bro.
Saw your indictment tonight. Those were grown men. Good players. Season. A couple of them played D1. Held your own. That's the real game, right? Outside the gym. Follow me out here? Let's just say that I'm in the city a lot and we just happen to be there at the same time. You can play. Good footwork and floor spacing. That's a bit of cleanup. Yeah, I told you I'm a football player. But you're a senior, and I told you I am a football player.
Imagine the Asian. Nah, let me stop playing. Man, say you're a football player. Imagine. Tell, bro, does this dude look like a football player, bro? Just look at him, bro. Man, that nigga look. What that nigga name, bro? His name I do the Badu some shit, bro. He from Africa. That nigga be pressure on the moves for real, bro. He was on. What movies he was on? He was on all type of shit.
Started my Duncan didn't play organized ball until they were 14. Steve Francis was
Kuzma, man, I don't know, bro. This nigga, man, his defense is horrible. This nigga inconsistent with his shooting, bro. Just flat out booty. Straight booty, bro. He was supposed to be the third option. He was like the fucking fifth, sixth option, bro.
I mean, you play like you're trying to run your head through a brick wall.
Nigga make straight bricks. El Chapo with the bricks for real.
This is a rebirth. We are only as strong as our belief in each other.
Alright, let's go now, Breeden. Are you ready? Yeah. I said, are you ready? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, Eagles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this broadcast of Garden State IAA basketball. I'm Joe Lamy, joined by Drake Hugo and Danny Hogger. We can't wait to get another season rolling, and we look to get a great matchup to kick things off.
Well, a classic matchup with the Newark East Eagles playing host to the Burton Hornets. Both teams looking to improve on their final positions from last year. A win tonight would be a step towards that goal.
Bobby Erickson leads the way for the Hornets. They go against an Eagles team with quite a few new faces. Still, though, Newark is led by senior DJ Day. And the crowd will be a factor here for the Eagles. This is the type of atmosphere you love to see at the high school level. And here are the starting five to begin the evening for the Eagles. Danny, the new team captain, Rogers on the point.
Stop on my ear.
Star forward Bobby Erickson begins the game at the 3. Romanov and Blue fill out the 4 and
Looking in my heart, you just saying that you are true. Make sure know what you gonna do. You want person with the shit, like come and get your chain back. Well, we got the blues, sorry that you are true. Baby, I don't know your name, but I won't say that your name. So I play the game, yeah. Get you on my brain, yeah.
need a doctor, yeah. I'm sipping wild heart, yeah. Your blood a pop tart, yeah. White house like chalk art, yeah. Fake up, he's a pro, you better know. Shout out to DJ, I can't wait till he home. Seeing all these niggas fucking bitches getting dope. Man, that's a whole lot out. Bitch, I'm a role model. Yeah, fuck you, I don't love you. You was a mistake.
For real.
Till I played your game, yeah. Get you on my brain.
You somebody go straight to the G League?
Anticipation there to stop it. Beck. That's in. Coming off
I need BC right now.
Absolutely making the correct play there. Erickson, if someone on his spot is open, he finds it. And he tries for the alley-oop. They say to Jericho, throws it down. No doubt this offense style is familiar to Erickson. He's given the scoring opportunity here.
Have mercy on me, have mercy on my son. Don't let my heart turn cold. Have mercy on me, have mercy on my son. Don't let my heart turn cold. Have mercy on me, man. Respect for my baby, I don't cry no more. I don't look to the sky no more. 'Cause I got it on me. I got it on me.
Yep, going straight to the G League.
I got it on me.
I ain't buying no DC, bro. I refuse.
It's possible we just gon' make you feel like I'm Kobe. Riding on you hiding, you sliding and you oldie. One up, catch coffee, this act like it's on police. I don't make friends, y'all make this on the first bed for them oldies. This ain't gonna be my trophy. Shoot first, nigga, shoot back. Old line niggas move back. Nigga automatic with a woo clap. Shoot first, nigga, shoot back. Old line niggas move back. Nigga automatic with a woo clap. Automatic with a mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Don't let my heart turn cold. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Don't let my heart turn cold. Have mercy on me, man. Wish that for me. Yeah, I don't cry no more. I don't look to the sky no more. 'Cause I got it on me. I got it on me. I got it on me. You can run up if you want. And now politics, niggas ain't like that. I drop a step or two and get a life back. And I don't care if you lose, just have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Don't let my heart turn cold. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Don't let my heart turn cold. Have mercy on me.
Many man.
Wish that for me. Yeah, I don't cry no more. I don't look to the sky no more. 'Cause I got it on me. I got it on me. I got it on me.
So he'll shoot two here.
You can run up if you want.
Not fearing the contact. This is Junior's mentality. He welcomes aggressive defense on the way up. And he makes the first, but the second one misses. Outside Erickson. He tries for three. Junior grabs the miss. And we've played just over a minute of fast play here in the second. Zedzierko hammers the alley-oop through.
Put in your mask on, flat on, try to front hand, get that ball. This both up in that block, they can't go split that car. Till I output, they get flash, they way gon' split that car. Hanging out with black suburban, please don't hit that target. Put in your mask on, flat on, try to front hand, get that ball. This both up in that block, they can't go split that car. Till I output, they get flash, they way gon' split that car. Hanging out with black suburban,
You bastard missed the pass.
whole lot of shots I got face off into it. Ain't got the roof for the Draco. Back on the ends in the case close, but on my kick, got some stuff in the face so step up on them with the chainsaw, no cap, I'm in the booth with the paper. Stuffing it to the whole trade, oh, he ain't gon' shoot my fucking game. When I go on Betty, catch Betty, that's Betty. Count on the bed, please take that Betty. Henny on Henny on Henny on Henny. Hanging in the spot, get Betty on Betty. Bustin' the 40, spin on your shorty, only with cars. Bust the pinata, open your mata, shoot up the bar. Fuck we live, sit to the egg, beat up like Mark. If I'm not on the hip, then I'm in the field, or I'm up in guard. He put that me in the body. Spin your hoodie to anybody. If you listen to this guy, he's dead, he's paralyzed. mask on sack, don't try to run, he ain't get that far. This both I spin that block, they gon' switch that car. Till I put David Glass, this way gon' spin that car. Hanging out old black Suburban, Blicky gon' hit that car. Getting money off the celly, in and out like a deli, free that nigga spin. With a bullet in his belly, me and beat the fucking truck, fucking up a shot. We don't do the jumping, shotgun start the pumping. Just thinking I'ma jump in, when the nigga we dump on. Don't body is hustler, this go like, hey. We ain't watching this shot in the face. I heard the shot in the break, but we got the action, we wanna win. Swerving, slipping, working, perfect, burning, system, working, put it in, turn that God is favorite on the surface. Hop out that door, head that, try to run, he ain't get that far. Get through two shooters, one driver, we gon' kill that boy. We gon' get in that block, we gon' hear that noise. All we know is that I can look at the leg shot, hit him in that shot. When you're national track, don't try to run, he ain't get that far. This both I spin that block, they gon' switch that car. Till I put David Glass, this way gon' spin that car. Hanging out old black Suburban, Blicky gon' hit that car. Putting your mask on sack, don't try to run, he ain't get that far. This both I spin that block, they gon' switch that car. Till I put David Glass, this way gon' spin that car. Hanging out old black Suburban, Blicky gon' hit that car. Kodak Black. Catch one of y'all niggas come out the corner store or something.
A contested game here as we end the first half of play. Eagles out in front, victory by 5. We head into halftime now. Back with the third quarter right after this.
Y'all always been able to play good defense and shit.
And the second half of action just getting started here at our coverage of Thursday's Miami games. Doesn't miss the easy assist off the wide open man. Outside Levesque. And a foul called on Junior. That'll be his second foul of the game. Erickson, defended by Lack. Pass to Burlington. Backfield, coming off the mistakes from Bagley. A shot he can make. Give Garanenko daylight from distance, and he shoots to stop it. And here's Junior outside.
Let's go. Yeah, baby. Let's fuck one more time. If your nigga keep running you down, put your phone D&D and pay him no mind. And this bitch really listen to me and it's so sad. This hoe out of line. But I don't want the fuckery. I like you touch me. Just don't get close to my nine. Yeah. Cause Subi's on. I'm feeling wavy as ever. If you do me wrong, I'ma move on to the better. Yeah, and I'm paranoid, so I just hold on my Beretta. This bitch here a little baddie told the bitch to add me. It's now or never. Yeah. And we met at New Apollo. And she fucked me for a ride. Yeah. And I'm turned in the spot. If he get to acting stupid, I'ma get the shoot and watch his body drop. This night, it won't never end. I can't take a L, all I do is win. This hoe, she just fronted on me now, I'm mad. I'm about to go try up on her best friend. These bitches be acting hot, but they trash. That's why I act blind in these Ray-Bans. I'm really a sex addict. I just fuck Keisha now. I'm about to link Ray-Van. Yeah, it's really a litty night. This gold magnum is gonna get me right. It saved me from babies and girls going crazy. I won't have a baby through the night. You know we be bugging, you know we be thugging. You drop a 4, then we start a fight. You know we be bugging, you know we be thugging. You drop a 4, then we start a fight. Oh baby, let's fuck one more time. If your nigga keep running you down, put your phone D&D and pay him no mind. And this bitch really listen to me and it's so sad. This hoe out of line. But I don't want the fuckery. I like you touch me. Just don't get close to my nine. Yeah. And we met at New Apollo. And and she fucked me for a ride. Yeah, and I'm turned in the spot. If he get to acting stupid, I'ma get the shooting. Watch his body drop. Step out of my house and look down. I'm dripped out. This bitch flirting with me, I'ma back my big dick out. This big glizzy on my side, watch the bullet spit out. And I can't forget the game, all my niggas really dripped out. Yeah, I just see my ex, and I roll by. Nappy boy from the fall, and I don't say hi. Let's turn up a little more. That boat, she drive. Ice cup from the corner store, and we getting high. Cause Subi's on, I'm feeling wavy as ever. If you do me wrong, I'ma move on to the better. Yeah, and I'm paranoid, so I just hold on my Beretta. This bitch here a little baddie, told the bitch to add me, it's now or never. Yeah, and we met at New Apollo, and she fucked me for a ride. Yeah, and I'm turned in the spot. If he get to acting stupid, I'ma get the shooting. Watch his body drop.
Hey, Locks, what type of deal you gonna make on next gen? Hey, Locks, what's the bill you gonna make for 2K21 on next gen?
I can write a book for all the shit I've been through. You can learn to keep it composed. You ain't gotta react to the issue. I agree with her, no gangsters coming on me, no tissue. Don't leave me just to come back, just to set up mission.
Oh, no.
You know how I feel about you, but I told my mind is special. I'm the tucky smile on my face, no way, no down. Cause I'm not giving up negative, I'm not fucking around. Positive vibes, all day. I'm trying to give me a house on the lake on the boat. I'm trying to give me some jet skis. I'm from Atlanta for real, but they ask about me. Wait, came over, check me. Before I sign me a deal, I'm thinking about rats. Just go ahead and give me the check. I hate when these niggas be flexing with that up as fuck. That's my number one heavy. They get them a gun and now they think they tough. That's just stay on safe. I told her to get on her knees and suck me up. She said shut up and make it. Sometimes I feel like giving up. But my folks ain't listening. I know this shit be hard, but you gotta keep on pushing. And I know you didn't see the bright side right now, but you gotta keep on looking. I know this shit be hard, but you gotta keep on pushing. And it's like if we don't find, we keep on looking. Yeah, I'ma die by my respect, I'ma keep on fighting, I'ma keep on pushing. I bought like OKC, the river, I'm taking my time to be breaking. Man, I'm here, I'm rocking these shows, they booking, make them give it up. He crackers chain, got took him in. For all the shit I've been through, shit I think I learned to keep it composed. You ain't gotta react to the issue. I agree with her, no gangsters coming on me, no tissue. Don't leave me just to come back, just to say that I miss you. Don't do that. Feel it down right now, I'm straight. You know that karma gon' hit you, girl. You know how I feel about you, but I told my mind is mission. But I'm the tuck, keep smiling on my face, go right, I'm down. Cause I'm like giving out negative buzz, my friends come around, oh God. Positive vibes only, yeah. Positive vibes only. Positive vibes only, yeah.
Bro, this nigga missed that.
Positive vibes only. Positive vibes only. Positive vibes only, yeah. Positive vibes only. I can write a book for all the shit I've been through. I think I'm learning to keep it composed. You ain't gotta react to the issue. I agree with her, no gangsters coming on me, no tissue. Don't leave me just to come back, just to say that I miss you. Do that. Feel it down right now, but I'm straight. You know that karma gon' hit you, girl. You know how I feel about you, but I told my mind is mission. But I'm the type keep smiling on my face even when I'm down. Cause I'm like giving out negative vibes and my folks come around, oh God. Positive vibes only, yeah.
Up top, Mason. Pass to Lack. Marceda. Covered by Ramadan. Shot clock at 6. Shot from 12. Shot good by Marceda. Defensively, I'd like to see a little more pressure on the shot. Good look from Nick. Ruan. The basket
Said I wouldn't drink, but I did. Same day, not lie to your face like I always do. Said I was gonna change, broke down, then I changed. And I'd rather take the blame like I always do. I've been the same ever since the first day. Now you acting surprised, I bet you always knew. Maybe it's time for me to find somebody else. Like I always do. I know you can't believe me, okay? I never touched you, but I wish that you could just see that it's all different sense for me. How many times get somebody for the same thing? But the press you put on, yeah, I change things. And every time that I run, I know you gon' change. We always end up running back in the same thing. Wasting my time with you. Missing out on someone new. Stuck up in my ways and say that you hate it, but you always knew. Said I wouldn't drink, but I did same day. I lied to your face like I always do. Said I was gonna change, broke down, then I changed. And I'd rather take the blame like I always do. I've been the same ever since the first day. Now you acting surprised, I bet you always knew. Maybe it's time for me to find somebody else. Like I always do. Like I always do. Like I always do. Sorry, I can't be the mean. I'm about falling wrong. Don't wanna solve the problem, 'cause I'm fucked up too. Wasting my time with you. Missing out with someone new. Stuck up in my ways and you say that you hate it, but you always knew. Said I wouldn't drink, but I did same day. I lied to your face like I always do. Said I was gonna change, broke up, then I changed. And I'd rather take the blame like I always do. I've been the same ever since the first day. Now you acting surprised, I bet you always knew. Maybe it's time for me to find somebody else. Like I always do. Like I always do. Like I always do.
by Marceda. And he lobs it up towards the rim. And the basket by Zadirko.
I like that Zadirko is never afraid to use his physicality, willing to do whatever it takes to get to his shot. Play like that one, guys.
Geico makes the claims process so easy, I can manage my claim all with Geico. It's not just easy, it's giving your dog your fitness tracker in
Junior outside.
Woo!
Lets it go
Already got
from
my 40,000 steps
Nails
today.
it from three.
Geico. Fast and convenient claim service.
Feeling the formula. No glove, just the caffeine and the aspartame index.
No cool, take off, 'cause I know these niggas ain't gon' hand that new suit. Yeah, big boss, I'm knowing I ain't getting out of young niggas saying no back twice in a row. 3 fingers, but it's all alone. First thing, cut it out when I make a song. Now I'm on the day and make it home. She be out on me.
A look at the clock, a little under 3.5 minutes gone by here in the fourth. Right side Erickson, shoots over Lack. Erickson can't hit it.
His mojo is out of whack. Offensively, he just can't get anything going for him. Well, when you play this game, sometimes cold streaks like this are unavoidable.
Pass to Dermolenko. Ruan. And the call goes against Gold Zadirko.
inside my back. That joint hurt. I think I was more scared of the pain than the knee. Before she started the procedure, I could hear my thoughts telling me, my brother, it must be done for the way. You are going to learn today what a long needle looks like. She sits me down while I'm crying, grabs her needle and her lighter, shoots up the top of the needle until it's sterilized, grabs my hand.
And so they choose
Boy, I haven't even touched you with the needle yet. Okay.
And so they foul intentionally.
From that day forward, wood of any kind was not a bed when you cooking for me.
And he can't get the first one to drop. Tough one to miss.
Taking no drinks on the heat and put some block the beat. I knock down good, you know that's me, you hear that top street. Police trying to sentence me like Nico Jenkins. We don't know why the concentrate ain't bad as I can say I ain't seen them. Swear like an eye in the left. Put the bench to it, fall to pieces. Say it's gonna keep in. They living hard, but I know it ain't easy. Me, I'll tell me, make it, make it. You know I got bags on it. That's supposed to be time. I know the brand out for the congressman. Man down, we proud of home. Last time slang that position. No time with those hands on it. Get some nigga with you. Take his man, put some lines on it. Stretch some pockets, up and take his whole face. No, okay. Red eye birthday Concord, that's a cold taste. No way. I'm gonna get got in with this cock today. Real rich nigga might be on, cause I make 300 in 3 days. Hold on, put up C, like a Mary Jane, like a trap kid, or a bang, put up pick up game. I am dating, hold on, thinking she won't fuck me, come on, say good. Hold on, come and see, bring them keys, let me Tesla set down, stick out this motherfucking poverty. Can you tell me who's the second shot to me? Taking no sleep, sling the heat, and put some block the beat. I knock down three, you know that's me, you hear that chopper street. Big chain, diner flash and choppers on. Great digger, I ain't no fucking punish trigger, I can come on Data's on. Click on Joe who face the come. It's a very bitch who real fake. When they come this way, he don't know who wouldn't get him off around. I'm a can't automatic, gangs on when we slide stick. No one to choose for to keep my cool. Drink still making me mistakes. Put a nigga face on the road. Don't date, can't get no thanks. Sky put him on fucking face. Hey, honey, and a touch of face. Put up C, like a Mary Jane, like a child. Say it with a bang, put up pick up game. I am back, put up thuggin', she won't fuck me, come on, say good. Hold on, come and see, bring them keys, let me Tesla set down, stick out this motherfucking poverty. Can you tell me who's the second shot to me? Taking no sleep, sling the heat, and put some block the beat. I knock down three, you know that's me, you hear that chopper street.
No time to spare. They needed buckets.
On top of that, a steal or a foul to also stop the clock. The putback. Missed it, even after all of those.
Man, let the fucking game end, bro. These niggas keep fucking fouling. God damn, bro. The game is over. These niggas still fouling this shit.
And that'll increase their lead to 6. So he gets them both. And now it's a 7-point game.
Pass to Porter. The 3 ball.
Who I'm gon' call when it's time to ride? Who gon' pull up when it's time to slide? Me and my brother, we stick together, no other. We blowing up like a bubble and we took over, no other. Who I'm gon' call when it's time to ride? Who gon' pull up when it's time to slide? Me and my brother, we stick together, no other. We blowing up like a bubble and we took over, no other. Say this, I'm living. The pain in my eyes, the hurt and the struggle. Since I lost my brother, now the family wanna huddle, but I can't say fuck 'em. Nah, we click and we strong with something like a muscle. In the world, yeah, we got each other. Only thing in the world I want is my brother. They ask me okay, but no, I ain't okay. See my twin brother die my face, got a lot on my plate. Never thought it'd be this way, never thought she got to this day. Lord, why you had to take? Why you had to take my brother? I remember them nights we was talking, just me and my brother. Robbing cause we ain't had none. No, we had to get some money. Remember robbing niggas for their jewels. Brother asked me what you wanna do. I said fuck it, I'ma ride with you. We watch some niggas, we gon' play it cool. Spot him, got him, man, I get on his ass. Man, my brother, yeah, we thicker than glass. I miss my nigga, yeah, I remember them last. I call my brother, yeah, get on your ass. I'm gon' call when it's time to ride. Yeah, who gon' pull up when it's time to slide? Yeah, me and my brother, we stick together, no other. We blowing up like a bubble and we took over, no other. Yeah, who I'm gon' call when it's time to ride? Yeah, who gon' pull up when it's time to slide? Yeah, me and my brother, we stick together, no other. We blowing up like a bubble and we took over, no other. Yeah, see who I'm gon' call. I swear I can breathe from afar, but it's fucked up that I can't see. Yeah, I just got it all. I swear I wanna give you my all, but damn, little bro, I can't believe it. It might sound petty. Real 2 eyes, no fitty. With no Eddie. See, you was my nigga. Used to do everything with you. Hard head, never miss. Lost my brother, yeah, the shit is so crazy. Mama never thought she buried her baby. Since he died, shit ain't been the same lately. Heart aching and it feeling so painful. Mama said, son, keep your head up. Know the rest, but I'm getting fed up. Put on niggas and I'm not letting up. Watch the fire, bitch, I miss my brother. Who's gon' slide? Yeah, it's gon' be you. Who's gon' ride? Yeah, it's gon' be you. Who's gon' slide? Yeah, it's gon' be you. Pull with the fire, you know you gon' shoot. And that was my brother, yeah. Nigga, and I love him, yeah. See, that was my brother, yeah. Who I'm gon' call when it's time to ride? Yeah. Who gon' pull up when it's time to slide? Yeah. Me and my brother, we stick together, no other. We blowing up like a bubble and we took over, no other. Yeah. Who I'm gon' call when it's time to ride? Yeah. Who gon' pull up when it's time to slide? Yeah. Me and my brother, we stick together, no other. We blowing up like a bubble and we took over, no other. Yeah.
Joseph and Bishop make up that forward pairing, and it's big Bobby Andrews getting the start at center. Well, it's been a
He
good
took
start
all
for
the
the
BC,
Independent Eagles.
dog.
You can see their confidence grow each win they notch.
JD on the track.
Mama, I've been crying inside. Yeah, mama, I've been dying inside. Together we was gon' survive. Yeah, and I put that on the 5. Yeah, I've been outside thugging in the trenches by myself. I've been down the ride trying to go and get it by myself. Together we was gon' survive, but we was sticking with each other. Never put in a box, yeah. We gon' do it for each other. Got some people dead and gone that I ain't seen in a while. I lost some memory, got confused, but I ain't forget they smile. And ever since I got a million, my world been upside down. And when the money start flowing, that's when they'll come around. Most of my family, they changed for me, but I remain the same. I remember outside with thugging, even in the rain. Look up to the OGs, no good, I know that's kinda strange. It's hard to watch my blood die, I won't forget that pain, that pain, that pain. Fake love, that's what my family, they showed me. They changed up, I won't let them get up on me. When I run it up, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, mama, I've been crying inside. Yeah, mama, I've been dying inside. Together we was gon' survive. Yeah, and I put that on the 5. Yeah, I've been outside thugging in the trenches by myself. I've been down the ride trying to go and get it by myself. Together we was gon' survive, but we was sticking with each other. Never put on the bubbles, yeah. We gon' do it for each other. Yeah. Mama, I've been dying inside. Yeah, water, we been crying inside. And for my brother, we gon' shine. Yeah. And I put that on the 5. Yeah, I've been outside thugging in the trenches by myself. I've been down the ride trying to go and get it by myself. Together we was gon' survive, but we was sticking with each other. Never put none above, yeah. We gon' do it for each other, yeah.
Yeah, Rosenberg's come straight to the
made this shit.
KT made the beat.
Fuck 110, I got money. I be fresh as hell, loaded, this that thing. I say, baby, run it round, run it round. Shawty, let me hear you say my name. Hey, bitch, I'm rich, plus I'm super elite. Now she wanna make me out her man. That's a Drake with a cooling kit. I gon' stop these niggas playing games. They check out my fashion, strap inside my jacket. I just said a prep about I said let's go get active. You get when they cashing, I just let the top down, show them this shit massive. I pull up on fresh as fuck, I look like a manny. Dope inside my coat got me so dumb that I might need a nanny. Ass shit, J. Ellie, my gun to feet. I think all these niggas counterfeit. Act like that they don't know. Shots that off is danger, bitch. Bro, 210, all he won't do is play some shit. Paul Berry made us. We stepped on him, that's handkerchief. Fuck 110, I got money. I be fresh as hell, loaded, this that thing. I say, baby, run it round, run it round. Shawty, let me hear you say my name. Hey, bitch, I'm rich, plus I'm super elite. Now she wanna make me out her man. That's a Drake with a cooling kit. I gon' stop these niggas playing games. These niggas lame, they know I be making on all of these hoes just like a player. I'm keeping that dope in the drawer when I'm rolling the golden bags when I was smell. And Billy Tiago, whenever I step out, I cover my new hoe and new Chanel. I stay with my fire, I'ma cause hell. I shoot this bitch round, they gon' call 12. Those bangers. It's a jet I speak. Watch I take out once I face him. In this I blow fit. I should change my name to double R. This bitch, I'm really rich. Niggas on that silly shit. None of this inside this business, killing shit. Fuck 110, I got money. I be fresh as hell, loaded, this that thing. I say, baby, run it round, run it round. Shawty, let me hear you say my name. Hey, bitch, I'm rich, plus I'm super elite. Now she wanna make me out her man. That's a Drake with a cooling kit. I gon' stop these niggas playing games.
Outside Lee. Bishop. They double team Connor Rosenberg. Outside for Bishop. And with Renfield, they care quite a bit about their athletics. Tons of money from donations have found their way to the school. They have a lot to show for it. Kennedy outside. Back to Junior. Throws it up high. The shot by Zico, no good. So it's Renfield now. Still looking for their first basket since the first quarter. And with Renfield from the gym to their uniforms, you can usually count on everything being state-of-the-art. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Who wouldn't want to play here? It feels like a country club. And as a result, a lot of potential standout athletes will try and get in a Renfield system just because of how nice the facility is. Corbin for three. And it's Jonathan Lack with the rebound. Junior with it. Lee picks him up. Pass to Lack. And here was Junior. Marceda. Junior outside. It's tipped. Lee with it. They really need to make an adjustment here. Agreed. Nothing's working for them in center. Time for change.
Say you wanna slide here at the midnight. In the trap, I don't know where the wrist like. You say you wanna come through, get you sit right. She wanna trap, nigga, she don't wanna rich guy. He a shooter, he don't even hold a stick right. I wanna know you had to choose, but you switch sides. I get a stick with me, I don't gotta get mine. Then you wanna slide in midnight. Say you wanna slide here at the midnight. In the trap, I don't know where the wrist like. You say you wanna come through, get you sit right. She wanna trap, nigga, she don't wanna rich guy. He a shooter, he don't even hold a stick right. I wanna know you had to choose, but you switch sides. I get a stick with me, I don't gotta get mine. Then you wanna slide in midnight. I got a bad bitch like oh my. If you wanna know me, help you like Rosai. I wanna know what happened to the old guy. You try to switch on me, you on both sides. Real niggas doing like one of course I. That nigga only shoot me on Fortnite. Hit a bob, I bet hit him with the toes right. What was you? I was stopping on the cold night. Who little bad bitch when I hold a drink. Got a 22 revolver I can throw away. When I shoot the G, long it make my shoulders shake. Young nigga strapped up like a Navy base. Real nigga in the field, I might need a raise. Food cooking in the kitchen like an easy bake. If everybody ain't eating, I don't need a plate. Beating on your body like it was a V-Day. You say you wanna slide here at the midnight. In the trap, I don't know what the wrist like. You say you wanna come through, get your shit right. She wanna trap, nigga, she don't want a rich guy. He a shooter, he don't even hold a stick right. I wanna know you had to choose, would you switch sides? I get a stick on me, y'all gotta get mine. Then you wanna slide at midnight. Say you wanna slide here at the midnight. In the trap, I don't know what the wrist like. You say you wanna come through, get your shit right. She wanna trap, nigga, she don't want a rich guy. He a shooter, he don't even hold a stick right. I wanna know you had to choose, would you switch sides? I get a stick on me, y'all gotta get mine. Then you wanna slide at midnight.
Don't be surprised when I show up with oven mitts on and gloves at the same time, and just know I ain't gonna be. Taking no cookies. Not only did this experience toughen me up for similar events like this where I had to get it out myself later on, but this made me appreciate her even more because despite me crying over the pain that was about to come, she saved me from having to have an even greater pain before it could happen. In context, my mama did what she had to do to make sure her baby was okay with tough love. And I thank her for that. If you're blessed enough to have a mom or dad, be thankful, because not many people have moms or dads that will go the extra mile to do that. Some people don't have parents at all, so if you do, cherish them while they're here, because at the end of the day, they're still your mom and dad, and one day, they're gonna be gone. If you're new, it would mean so much to me if you hit that subscribe button and hit that post notification bell to never miss an upload, because I upload every week. Also, leave a like on this video if you enjoyed. I got more animations you can watch in a playlist, sometime gonna pop up at the end of this video, somewhere around.
Hey, spin on my dick like I bait play, my nigga hit her like AK, you boys is back.
Classified research on Alexis, Texas. My dad would call me downstairs and interrupt me. I'm pissed. Not because he called me down, but for the fact that I've been 1v1 in my schmeat for 15 minutes and now I gotta postpone the match. You know how hard it is to get my meat hype again to fight after stopping? I'm ready to box this nigga. I go downstairs, my dad got that menu look. I'm talking about menu look. Hey, y'all clean my kitchen up. It's filthy. And that means make sure the dishes are done, wipe off my counters, sweep my entire floor, make sure every germ, atom, ion, dust particle is off that floor. No, y'all eat, then leave it out cleaning the kitchen every day. It's finna be a whole lot of changing in here. Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Listen here, Major Payne. If I wanted a lecture, I would have went to history class. You tell us this every day like we don't know it already. If you're so worried about your kitchen, how about you get in there and do it yourself, nigga?
Damn, he really about to rock my shit.
Let me tell y'all something. Don't ever disrespect y'all parents like that when they provide you with food, shelter, and a form of love. Don't blame me though. I'm just showing y'all an illustration of what I was thinking back then. Yeah, man. My parents got on my ass nerve, but I needed it, man. It's just tough love because my parents cared, man. And in a sense, overprotective. That's probably what sparked them to doing too much when it came to my social life. Some of y'all probably got them parents that just let y'all bring any and everybody in their house. Nah, homie. My parents was gangsters. Again, they was about that action. Especially when I asked them to go spend the night at a friend's house. I'm talking about as soon as I asked them to go over to somebody's house, these niggas turned into FBI agents. I need to meet their parents. Social security, home address, birth certificate, thumbprint. Give me it all. I'm not trying to point out the obvious here, but ain't nobody got time for that. The guy I asked about, he was a family friend, but my parents still said no from time to time when he wasn't present. So you know what I did instead of asking why my homie wasn't present? I left, I grabbed my friend Ronnie, brought him to the house, and asked him why he was present. You can't finesse a finesser, because knowing my parents when I did this, my chances of them saying yes went from 0 to 100 real quick. I was looking at them like, say no, nigga. Say no. I dare you. I double dare you. Speak. And I got my answer. I don't gotta say it, you know what it was. We skadip, meet up with our other homie, we're gonna call him Dan. And we go to his house instead. When we get to the crib, bro, I cannot make this up. It smelled like straight doo-doo brown water. Me and Ronnie been over to his house many times before, but it never smelled like this. Like, how do you got a spotless car, but your house smell like McBounce that ass? In my mind, I'm full of regret, because he's sitting over there smiling because we came while I'm over here struggling to breathe. Dog, your best friend need to be Mr. Clean in a magic eraser because it's smelling real musty in here, nigga. Turns out his smell came from his dogs. Fast forward to nightfall, we're all chilling and it's getting pretty late. Now, if you ain't learned nothing from this video, learn this. Nothing good goes on after 12 a.m. I look over to Dan. Dan stands up, looks at the time and says, "Oh, snap. It's that time. It's that time. Somebody finna get got tonight." See, when somebody says get got, I'm thinking death. But that wasn't the case. See, back then when you did sleepovers for guys, there was one rule everybody had to follow. First person to go to sleep gets a punishment. You see, this rule put a fear in my heart, especially because I'm a very sleepy person and Dan was a very playful person. Those type of friends are dangerous in situations like these. But however, mama ain't raised no bitch, and I wasn't finna be the first one to get got. Only the strong survive. 2 hours goes by, then 5 hours goes by. Next thing I know, it's the morning. And see, what I didn't know about Ronnie and Dan were that they were about that action because it was 6 a.m. in the morning and
Bro,
they didn't lose
kiss the fucking law.
Meanwhile, I'm over here in the corner about to pass out. The bags under my eyes have bags. I didn't want to fall asleep, but bro, as soon as that clock hit 6:30, nigga, I fought it like.
The gods showed us a vision of a new life and gave us the power to claim it. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, available now.
Paper, blacked out. I woke up 5 hours later in this man's bed, stood up and saw Ronnie asleep on the floor, and Dan had left his room, and luckily, your boy was okay. No scratches, no bruises, nothing. Now in my mind, I'm thinking, wow, this is a first. They let me off this time. I get out the bed, I notice my socks were off my feet, and at first, I brushed it off because, no problem, no big deal. Because I move a lot in my sleep, so I'm thinking like, okay, maybe I just moved so much that they fell off while I was asleep. I grabbed the sock, and as I'm putting my foot into the sock, I felt something sticky inside my sock, and it was not glue. The fear that went through my body. I looked into the sock and saw something that made me want smoke on sight. Bro, this man done left a dookie in my sock, bro. You need a diaper, bro. You need some tissue, bro. It's $5 at the store, bro. You done gone too far. Too far, bro. This man done left a dookie in my sock. You need to go see a doctor. Now. Bro, this man literally took the time to drop his pants, stand over my sock, and drop Santa's gifts before Christmas. If it wasn't for the fact that Ronnie was there, I would have got my airsoft gun, put a beam on it, and turned into Rudolph the Red Dot Reindeer.
Unfortunately, we see this all the time. Miscommunications.
When I get pissed off, I get that crackhead strength. I kid you not. I go to Dan's living room, see him, and he has the audacity to tell me, "You like your punishment? You had it cut." Oh! Jesus Christ! Ow! Wait! Ow! Ow! You can hear his little sisters in the back like, "Oh, snap! Oh, snap! Somebody got! Somebody got! The light! I can see it!" Yeah, it was actually me. But hey, somebody had to catch that fade for me.
So do you have strong thoughts about scaffolding? No, not at the moment. Buckle up, baby.
Yo, it's
the one and only Devontae the One. Merch just dropped. Go copy some drip, nigga. Link is in the description. And also, y'all been so good to me, man. I decided to hook y'all up with a 10% discount. Use the code DTO4, get that discount. And if you made it this far, you are the GOAT. The grind don't stop till I hit my first goal, then my second goal, then the end ultimate goal. The first goal we're about to hit was 1.5 thousand at the time of this recording, away from 10,000 subscribers. We're at 8.5 thousand at the time of this recording. I don't know where I'm at right now by the time this. Before we start this video, I want to give a huge thank you to Surfshark for sponsoring this video. I've been seeing a lot of problems with my friend's security online lately, and I got a problem with that. So I got the solution, a VPN. It's an online privacy protection tool that encrypts all the data that you send to the internet. I know y'all like being safe online, right? You're using McDonald's Wi-Fi, you're using Starbucks Wi-Fi, and you're worried about hackers because that network is not private. That's where a VPN comes in to protect all your private information, especially when you travel. That's why I picked Surfshark. It's highly rated, and you can use it on multiple devices. What other VPN do you know that can do that? You can use it on your iPad, your computer, your phones, your other phone, your second phone, your third phone, whatever. And the good thing about it is those unlimited devices can all be used on one account. Also, I like watching shows in other countries, but sometimes it's blocked. That's what I got a VPN for. You can use this to change the country. Boom, it's right there. A nutcher back in high school that nobody liked, we're gonna call her Miss Yummers, because this lady was built like Snorlax and loved stuffing her face with the peanut stash she had under her desk. I've never seen a woman more in love with swallowing nuts as much as she did. Now, nobody liked this lady for the simple fact that she was a Karen. And if you don't know what a Karen is by now, you've either been snorting bubbles under a rock your whole life, or you've been up there passing ganja around in the mountains with Aang and the air nomads away from society. We'd always be in class making it our mission to piss her off. Hey, Miss Yummers, you heard of that new kid Malone coming to class? Malone Dick! She'd always attempt to tell jokes like she's a stand-up comedian in a strip club and nobody would laugh. She wasn't married, so she'd always talk about her cat. My pussy is so cute. My bad, I almost just threw up through my eyes. Your what? My cats. Look, I got 3 of them. One's named Waffle, one's named Cheese, and one's name is Grits. That don't sound like cats, that sound like breakfast. So I'm gonna walk away now. I remember one time she dropped some papers on the floor, bent over to pick it up, and I put this on my neighbor's cat's life.
You don't live life secondhand. You go out into the world and take hold of every passing moment. From holding on tight for another swing, to savoring every last drop of ice cream. Your hands are how you do it. Wash your hands with soft soap and live firsthand.
Her booty was facing the class's direction, and betwixt her thighs, it looked like she had a dick. Literally, I can't make this up. That image is still traumatically stuck in my head to this day. I was sitting there like, I'm gonna have to drop out this class after witnessing that, only to find out it was just her stomach hanging down the whole time. She would always overreact when we couldn't understand certain parts of algebra. A squared plus B squared equals... You stupid little... We've went over these notes 69 times and y'all still don't get it. How hard is it? It's not rocket science. So I'ma ask y'all again. A squared plus B squared equals... F. You got that guy in the back that's always got something to say. Alright, since you want to press us on not understanding things quick, let me press you. If male squirrels have nuts, why do they go out and find them? That makes no sense at all. But we went over it one time. It's not rocket science. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Whoa. Chill. Not the J's. Idiots. It's obviously D squared and C squared. Overall, her class was one of those classes that I hated going to the most because I had to deal with her BS for 2 hours and 30 minutes on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Oh yeah, block schedule. You got your regular classes that you be in for like 30 minutes to an hour, then you got your block schedule. And if you were a lucky bastard like some of my friends back then, you got block schedule in gym class. I'm positive there's millions of teachers like this, but Miss Yummers was different because she did something that the whole school didn't expect. One day I'm walking down the 10th grade hallway to Miss Yummers' class, and I hear a crowd of people making noise down the hallway towards where Miss Yummers' class is supposed to be. And my first instinct was to run towards the crowd, because in every high school ever, if it's a crowd making noise in a place that's most likely supposed to be quiet, then 9 times out of 10 it's a fight. Unless it's a school shooter, then my first and only instinct is to gather the 7 Chaos Emeralds and Sonic Dash up out of there. Nigga, I'm black. When we get scared, adrenaline is our superpower. I get to the crowd, everybody's taking videos, and everybody knows in a crowd if people have their phones out taking videos, something really crazy is going on. And inside the crowd, I see Miss Yummers, and I put this on the dead locs. This is exactly what I saw and heard.
Sleep is always important to me. It's always been important.
Man, this lady had me dying laughing. I still remember it to this day, bro. Bruh, did she not know she was making a fool of herself? Bro, Miss Yummers off the Marley, man. Man, Miss Yummers high as giraffe neck. Hey, get in, Miss Yummers. Hey, Miss Yummers lit, though. Yo, Miss Yummers, you good?
Oh, yeah. I'm fine. Real fine. Just had a little bit of tequila, chocolate, a doobie, and I'll feel great. Lit. Is that what the young people call it? Lit?
Yo, this gotta be a joke, right? Something seemed a little bit off about this. Because how has none of the administrators seen or done anything about her? Can't she get fired for this? Man, I don't give a flip. This entertainment.
Facts. I'm not stopping her. 50-something years old, overweight, never been married, no kids, 3 cats, a vicious eating habit. Yup, she doesn't have much to lose. Go crazy.
Now here's where things hit the fence and pissed everybody off. As the crowd died down, all of her students from her class went into her class. With, at the moment, a high and tipsy Miss Yummers.
You say you're a fatty. Nigga, what?
You know how lit classrooms get. It takes time for the lit tension in the air to go away, unless the principal walks in, then it dies down instantly. And dog, I put this on every valuable tool I got in my pocket. Miss Yummers comes out the blue random, and she's like,
all right now, kids, calm down. If you want me to keep acting like this, then you need to behave.
You fake that? She was just sitting there in her silence, drowning in her shame, like I would too. But they coming to school like that to get some attention. Can't lie, great marketing strategy, but still. Moral of the story, don't fake a personality to get the approval of others. That's lame, bruh. Be you. There's only one you. Oh, and Miss Yummers, if you
I'm gonna change his name every day, bro. I'm glad they didn't give you a limit yet.
Living on college campuses can be a good thing. You know, if you live on the other side of the galaxy. You know, I just hear the girl over there, Pluto, talking about, I know the feeling. You're an adult now. You make your own decisions now. You get to be on your own away from your parents out here in their mouth.
Do your dishes and clean your room.
You have your own space, be as loud as you want. You get to stab as long as you want. Also, eat what you want. And, let's not forget, have whoever you want over at any time. Especially during booty call hours. I mean, if you got it like that. Basically, do you. I'm speaking from a guy's own perspective on this, so this entire video is a spoiler alert for all you high school kids out there. So let me put y'all on game before y'all go trying to decide to walk into this hellhole called a college dorm. Don't make the same mistake I did, player. Don't worry, fam, I got you. Use this video as a guide on what to look forward to, so when you decide to make this dumb decision, you'll already be prepared because there's time. See that?
Who told a nigga to shoot that?
PSA, they suck. Especially if you go to a college with a trash dorm. And guess who's the lucky winner who got stuck in those trash dorms? This guy. The only luxury you get is freedom. Because the first time in freshman year, we stuck with 4 people in one suite with 2 rooms with 2 people in it. The rooms are small. The beds take up dang near in the entire room. There's no sink except for the ones in your bathroom. No fridge, no living room. The air conditioning is straight caca. You gotta live with 3 other dirty roommates for the next long months. I'm glad it wasn't around at the time because definitely we would have got the coronavirus. You know, unless you get that one overly clean roommate. They're such a blessing. The ceiling leaks water, so every time you brush your teeth, something from the ceiling falls into your toothbrush. The bathroom looks like straight World War VI. Like, I paid $2,000 for this? I can go all day, but I don't want this video to be like 30 minutes. But it's alright, I'm a soldier. It's gonna take more than the ceiling flooding on us from the 4th floor for 3 days straight and waking up to a cockroach brushing your teeth in our bathroom every single day. Yeah, the luxury life. Not gonna lie though, some of the best times of my college life were in those dorms. It's where I made unforgettable memories, experienced some unbearably crazy things happen to me, and make great associates. I don't call them friends because I still don't trust them like that. Newsflash, kids. Not everyone has to be your friend. Keep your circle small because the ones that will hurt you most likely won't be the ones farthest from you, but will be the ones closest to you. Wake up. I don't know how many times I will wake up at 4 a.m. every single day to a bunch of guys sitting around my bed staring at me like they're about to do a ritual or something, cracking jokes on how ugly I was, all because of my roommate. That's the same thing they do in prison. Literally. Look it up. And yeah, I know you're watching, nigga. I don't care. The truth will set you free. I couldn't even be comfortable in my own room, dog. Every time I was about 3 jokes from jumping out of my bed and hitting everyone in that room with that last dragon, Bruce Leroy glow. But I had to stop myself every time because I knew I had that pole on me in the closet, and I was a little bit too trigger happy back then. And they didn't know that, nor did they need to know that until they got me hot, and I would pop out with that, say hello to my little friend. So for future reference, before you go get hostile at your roommate, examine what he or she has for your safety, and if they do got that pole, do not cause malice, but peace. Unless they don't got it, then. A lot of my roommates' favorite things to do was get drunk with girls. Now that's another thing you gotta watch out for or participate in, because a lot of these people get drunk in dorms or at parties because they either want to relieve their stress or they just want to get messed up to the point where they can't even use their bodies because they just want to live young, wild, and free, with Khalifa said it best. Oh, and the madness doesn't stop there. For the love of God, do not leave your stuff out in the open. Lock it up. Especially if you got a roommate that has 30, 40 people coming through your room every single day. What are they doing? Running a train? If you leave your stuff out, besides like, you know, maybe your TV or your fridge, you're basically telling them, hey, steal my stuff. I won't hurt you. Don't respect me. I'm a punk. I speak when spoken to. Because people in college have no boundaries. They'll literally see like 6 of your cookies sitting on the desk, right? And the second you blink, 3 cookies will be gone without them even asking you. I had a roommate one time steal my entire sheet comforter when I was gone for 3 days. He lied to me and said he didn't. When it's obvious he did. Because when I got back, it wasn't in the same position as it was 3 days ago. If you're going to commit a murder, at least make it look like a suicide. Boys, we got him. 10-4. And that is where it all happens, because that's when the freaks come out and the werewolves find their prey. Booty call hours immediately starts at 8 p.m. No later than that. When the sun comes down, booty goes up.
Like 2 minutes?
There's been many nights where I couldn't sleep because all I hear from the wall is,
I'll feed him when she wakes up.
yeah, I don't want to get demonetized, so I'm not going to go into detail about what happened to that wall. Just know it rhymes with speeding up that wood. Oh, and don't be surprised when you walk through campus and some random street pharmacist walks up to you and be like, hey, cuz, you good on that gas? Because it's inevitable. It's bound to happen whether you go to a PWI or an HBCU. If I had a dime for every time I woke up high as a kite from all the weed in the air of my dorm, I could probably buy a country. Because my entire campus was full of addicts. Which may or may not include myself in that. That's what you know is find out. Just saying. Stay away from drugs, kids. Oh wait, you thought I was done? No, I swear this is a rant.
be focused on how you're gonna handle this, because let me tell you the most scarring situation about having a roommate that gets female. When he has a girl or girls over, two things are gonna happen. He's either gonna wait outside until he's done, which when you're getting some play, it's gonna take about an hour to 3 hours, or the most scarring part. You wait inside the room and sleep to the sound of them doing the nasty right beside you. And this doesn't happen on one occasion, this happens on several occasions. And you're probably like, man, this really happens? Yeah, it happens.
What's good, Glady and Duke Dennis?
Look, dude, that's my room too. And it's already irritating enough that I gotta share the room with a guy. I didn't want them making their way over to my bed, and if that did happen, I would have had to pull a YNW Melly. In no way, shape, or form do I condone doing drugs, but... hold up one second. Seriously, kids, don't do drugs. Yo, Pierre, you wanna come out here? All my life, when I was around them, I used to try my best to put on this illusion to make my parents think I was this innocent, angelic child. Until I got to college. So let me make one thing clear. I ain't perfect. None of us are.
Damn, let me stay in for like 2 minutes, bro.
With Jesus Christ. I got my flaws just like you. I don't sit at the top of Mount Zion with my nipples out with the staff of purity. It just don't work like that. I make bad decisions and mess up just like everybody walking this planet. Now I'm gonna just throw it to the air. A lot of the bad decisions I made all my life were directly influenced by my environment. I knew the consequences of making those bad decisions, but I didn't care. Because I was what? A follower. You drink, I drink. You smoke, I smoke. You wrestle a lion, guess what? I'm gonna be right behind you. Leaving, because nigga, what I look like, Dave the Barbarian? I'm still young, which is really dope, but before now, my prerogative was to live my best life, take risks, and do whatever I wanted, even though I was still mad cautious about doing certain things. So I'd say really my experiences were more of a controlled living my best life. Overall, I just wanted to be a kid as long as possible, especially when I got to college, because I knew bills and stress were my future. Trust me, I'm hip to the game. Old heads used to always tell me that high school was the easiest years of your life. They were 100% correct. So let me take y'all back to sophomore year of college. Literally the most experimental year of my college life. At the start of sophomore year, my squad and I already decided that freshman year was good, but it wasn't good enough. We wanted to make this year memorable, and our first step at doing so was to go to every party, every event, and do everything we hesitated doing back in freshman year.
12 and new, like and sub if y'all know.
If possible, which we did. Now our squad didn't just consist of just guys. We had females in our squad too, but they weren't like the OG squad, so they show up to kick it with us whenever they felt like it. They were actually all mad cool and fun to be around. Attractive? Not so much. But at the center of them was this friend girl I enjoyed personally the most out of all of them, and we still talk to this day. To this day! To this day! We're gonna call her Lily. Lily was a plug when it came to doing adventurous things. Everybody knew her. When we wanted to go to a party, she had the info and address of all of them on lock, on campus and off campus. When we needed a street pharmacist, she had the connection with all of them. Whenever we needed somebody to trust our things with, we left it with her. And most notoriously, when we wanted to try something new, she made our dreams come true. I've known this girl since freshman year, and ever since, we've grown to be great friends, even to this day. So that was a plus. Our friendship grew over time due to all the crazy things she and I did.
Okay. I wish I could fucking play Rickyville and shit.
That time, the
I'm gonna go out to Rickyville tomorrow and shit. I ain't gonna go out there yet.
Edibles are basically weed infused in the food. I'm gonna keep it a bug with y'all, alright? I always got high.
This nigga Mr. Law, bro?
She introduced me to this, and it always got me a little bit into the clouds, even with the loud. But little did I know, this high was another level of high. One day I'm chilling at the campus cafeteria, you know, sipping on some lemonade, minding my own business. Lily walks up, sits down at my table, and the first thing I noticed was that she had a plastic bag
with 5 gummies and 2 brownies. And I'm
Gotta
like,
catch
is
that
that
nigga.
all you gonna eat, my nigga? You know, 5 gummy worms and 2 brownies? You must got a sweet tooth or something. At first, I thought she was gonna give me the RBF look, but she knew I never tried edibles before. So no, she gave me the biggest smile on her face and was like, no, bro, cuz these aren't regular gummies and brownies. These are weed brownies. Like I said before, I wanted to take risks that year, and I heard edibles were 10 times stronger than getting high the regular way, depending on what strand you take. And understand, getting high is not what people make it out to be. But don't go out doing it and be like, oh, Devontae told me to do it.
That
It
asshole.
wasn't that bad. I didn't tell you nothing, okay? I'm just speaking on my experiences with it and giving my subjective opinion. I won't say much, but I actually thoroughly enjoyed getting high. Matter of fact, all sophomore year, I was a well-known connoisseur of the high. What do you expect? It made me feel good, and it physically healed some wounds. Yes, it physically healed wounds. That's a story time for another day. But like I said, don't do drugs, kids. We leave our dorm room, and we've already made an executive decision that we're going to make this night a night we would remember. As you can see, this was most definitely a day I remember because I'm doing a story time on it right now. See, the difference between getting high and getting drunk is when you're high, you know what you're doing, and you're going to remember some things. But when you're drunk, you might not remember something. We get to our dorm room, and she hands me a brownie, a Rice Krispie, and 4 gummies. Understand, for beginners, or really just anybody, 6 edibles are way too much. And she told me that. But I didn't care because I ate all of them with every bone in my body. I knew I was a lunatic that day. Because think about it like this. 1 or 2 is enough to get you high for 3 days. I ate 6. Think about it. If I knew how high I was going to be that day, I still would have took it. I leave her room waiting for it to kick in. Then about 20 minutes after I left, and I literally felt nothing. Not a bee sting, not a headache, not even a little buzz. I was kind of disappointed. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. But as soon as I was about to give up, the high hit me like an 18-wheeler. I was gone. I cannot make this up. Bruh, it literally felt like I was in a video game. The world started moving slower. My body weight was like 2 times heavier when I moved. The birds started a gang. It took me like 30 seconds to figure out what people were trying to say to me, when usually it would take like a second. I literally was teleporting from place to place like Goku. Literally, I cannot make this up. I would black out every 10 seconds and teleport somewhere else. Bro, I was gone. And just because I took 6, this was not a regular high. I was higher than high. I'm talking about I was playing cards with the sun and the moon. I was up there boxing with the universe. It physically and mentally felt like I was in another realm. However, the reason I like being this high was because I felt at peace. Because all the signs of bad emotions left my body, and I literally was the happiest person on earth. I felt freaking great. Was it kind of dangerous? Yes. Did it make me extremely lazy? Yes.
You ever get a bad haircut and still tip the barber? Ain't that some shit? But that's just what you do. If the cut's $16, you slide him a 20.
What's good, Reese?
That's just how
my
dad
goodness.
raised me. You always tip the
These
barber.
niggas stay
And that's just
missing
because
lobs and shit.
you want a good relationship with the man that cuts your hair. There are 3 men in every man's life that you want a good relationship with. Your father, your coach, your barber. Because all 3 of these niggas have the power to make your life miserable. See, Pops, he can whoop your ass, ground you, not give you money. He has a lot of power. Your coach, he can bench you for the whole season and have the whole school looking at you like you a scrub. And your barber, oh man, the barber, he can be the difference maker for whether or not you're going to talk to that girl in the hallway. Because that's all it takes. A bad fade or a shitty tape can ruin your entire game. Because what does your ability to talk to girls hinge on? A good haircut? No. Confidence. And nothing ruins a man's confidence like a pushed back hairline. Especially when that shit starts to grow back. You ever wear a hat for like a week, just to give your hairline a chance to recover from the massacre that is a pushed back hairline. Because I know I have. And that's why I don't go to barbershop. That's right, I've been cutting my own hair since I was 16 years old. Taught myself using YouTube. Shout out to 360 PC.
100%. Working.
Oh, there you go.
Press fast to control. Switchers. To move. Press.
There you go.
21.
Oh, there you go. Fucking headset wasn't fucking plugged in all the
Your
way.
goal is to either destroy all the robots on the opposite team, or you capture all the beacons/flags. This game has amazing HD graphics and has been downloaded over 90 million times. That's 30 million new people since they last sponsored me about a month ago. It's always been updated with new robots, mods, and maps. So use my link in the description down below and download the game today, which is the best way to support my channel. And also, you get an exclusive starter pack with one Bull robot, which is known in the game for having a ton of health, which makes it very hard to kill, with an exclusive skin pack as well as a full set of weapons.
Hey, like up, Joe Mama.
Gold and 400,000 silver. I am super grateful to War Robots. They've been sponsoring me for some time now, and has really helped me to grow my business. So do me a favor.
You got your name from Diary of a Wimpy Kid?
Try out the game. If you like mobile games, there's a good chance you like this one too. 90 million people can't be wrong. You remember high school?
I appreciate it. Where you got your Joe Mama sound familiar as fuck, bro. That sound like Diary of a Wimpy Kid, bro.
Learned a lot of lessons, but
Joe Mama.
But I mean,
that little fat kid on there used to say that shit.
Grown middle-aged adults struggle to maintain healthy relationships. How is a 16-year-old boy with raging hormones and no life experience supposed to navigate the delicate and complicated matters of the heart? But that's what happens when you put hundreds of thousands of horny teenagers in a box for 7 hours a day, 5 days a week. And that's what happened to me. At 16 years old, I truly fell in love for the first time. And I had the stereotypical passionate, fiery, and drama-filled relationship that is all too common in high school. And like most of those relationships, it ended
Zooey Mama. Yeah, Zooey Mama.
Pain and sorrow.
Yeah, Zooey Mama.
So let's talk about that. I was 16 years old.
What's
and
good?
It was a summer break
Reach
between my
National. Bro, y'all need to stop changing y'all names,
It was
bro.
actually the first day of the SAT.
Bro, y'all keep changing y'all names, bro.
Outside of the testing center as we waited for the test to begin. That was the first time I saw her, Taylor, or at least that's what we'll call her. She was this half Chinese, half Cuban girl, absolutely beautiful, with one of the biggest, brightest smiles I had ever seen.
One away from
Instantly, I was in
1,150.
love with this girl. So I go over and introduce myself, and right away we hit it off. We talked for a little bit,
not a steal.
exchanged numbers, and then before you know
it,
we were up all night texting and talking on the phone. All the signs of young love were in the air. Fast forward a couple months later,
Somebody already known it.
is in his first real full-fledged relationship. And if I have to use one word to describe it, passionate. And we both leaned in pretty fucking hard. Like, we were meeting up between classes just to make out. I can't even tell you about the things we would do in just the most ridiculous places. In the back of movie theaters, hotel bathrooms, in the car line waiting to pick up her little brother from middle school. It was crazy. But it wasn't all sunshine and roses, my friends. Oh no. It was messy. I mean, the fighting, it was intense, and the rules we put on each other, absolutely ridiculous, and always grounded in immature jealousy. Like, we were the look at each other's text messages kind of couple. I mean, if I even saw another dude talking to Taylor for too long, I'd turn into a fucking caveman. Definitely not cool. And she didn't play games either, man. I remember this one time she had her girlfriend drop me home after school, and then she sent a string of text messages that went something like this. But we really did love each other. I believe that. And although it was a roller coaster and the lows were low, the highs were very high. But eventually, like all roller coasters must do, it came to an abrupt end. So one day, close to the end of senior year, Taylor was dropping me home after school when she turned to me and said, "Hey, let me see your phone." Now, by this time, this was a routine procedure, so I gladly handed her my phone because I thought I had nothing to hide. So she starts going through my phone, and first she goes to the text messages. So I'm like, "See, babe, you know I'm good to you." And then she's like, "Let me see your Facebook messages." So I showed her my Facebook messages. So I'm sitting there, and I'm like, "Come on, babe, you know I'm not talking to any other girls." So then she's like, I know, I just want to make sure. Here, let me see your WhatsApp messages." So then I show her those, and then I'm like, "Okay, are you satisfied now? I mean, there are literally no more things to check." So finally, she's like, "Okay, yes, There's nothing to see on your phone. I'm sorry I doubted you. So then I'm like, thank you. Damn, girl. I mean, come on. I love you, babe. I would never do anything to hurt you. So then she's like, I know. I love you too. You know, it's just sometimes I think too much about it. So then I'm like, it's okay, babe. I get it. Just don't worry about it, alright? You text me when you get home, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. And then right as I'm opening the door, she says, hey, you use Skype, right? So then I'm like, yeah, what's up? I know I just said I'm sorry I ever doubted you, but it would just give me so much peace of mind if I saw your Skype messages. So then I was like, I am so hurt. So a little backstory. Now, I don't keep in touch with most of the people I went to school with in Jamaica. I don't use Facebook because it's stupid now, and I also wasn't that close with a lot of my friends back there to begin with. But there was like a handful of people that I still kept in touch with, two of which are girls. Now, one of them may or may not have technically been an ex-girlfriend, and the other one may or may not have been the girl I took to prom for high school in Jamaica. But it's not as bad as it sounds. The first girl, she was my girlfriend in like the 7th grade, okay? We were like 12. We didn't even kiss, so it wasn't like that. And the second girl, we were just friends. I mean, I shot my shot. Don't get me wrong. But also, we were never intimate with each other. But we all stayed pretty close. So I would text these girls pretty often through Skype. But believe me when I say that the conversations were 100%
Jesus fucking
innocent.
Christ.
These girls were just my friends. But I knew that if Taylor saw these enormous strings of text messages to these girls back in Jamaica, a place where I visit every year, she was gonna lose her regardless of whether or not the texts were out of pocket. And to be fair, I probably would have reacted the exact same way. So now she's getting suspicious because she could sense my hesitation. So she's like, Don, show me your Skype. And I'm looking at her and I'm like, babe, come on. This is getting ridiculous. Well, why don't you trust me? So then she's like, I'm not trusting you because you're obviously hiding something. So show me your Skype. So now I'm sweating because I was pretty sure that if she saw these messages, she was never gonna speak to me again. So now I'm like, babe, please, let's just drop it. But baby girl wasn't having it, man. She was like, are you going to show me your messages or not? Well, no. She was like, excuse me? So then I was like, I said, I don't know who's coming. So then she's like, Don, if you don't show me your Skype messages right now, I am breaking up with you. So there I was, cornered with nowhere left to turn. I unlocked my phone, pull up my Skype inbox, and I handed her the phone. So she takes the phone, looks at the messages, and I'm like, yeah, this relationship is over. Because there was no way she was gonna let this slide. So in a final effort to save my relationship, I was like, babe, it's not what you think it is. These are my friends. I wasn't trying to hide anything from you, but I know how you feel about this. I promise I'm not up to anything. Just read the text, see for yourself. But she just sat there in silence, furious. Eventually she turns to me and then she says, let's find out what happens next time because... So now I'm scrolling through her contacts to see if I saw any names that looked familiar from school. Again, not really looking for anything incriminating. I was just honestly waiting for her to complete her investigation of my Skype account. So I'm scrolling and then I see it. I see his name, her ex-boyfriend. The first time I ever heard the term toxic relationship was about a year or so ago, and since then it's become a pretty mainstream term. And at first, I didn't like it. I mean, it's whatever now. I guess it's a good word to describe an abusive or a dysfunctional relationship, but I feel like it does a poor job at actually communicating what it feels like to be in a relationship that one would describe as toxic. And I could be wrong. Maybe it's just me, but when I think of toxic things, I think of heavily polluted lakes or poisonous gases in the air, environments that would make you feel increasingly and consistently sicker and sicker if you were to be in them. That's not what a toxic relationship feels like. I mean, if you found your significant other to be constantly repulsive and consistently hurting you, you would have no problems leaving and forgetting all about them. No. These kinds of relationships are more akin to being addicted to hard drugs than to being thrown into a toxic lake. If things were always bad, you wouldn't stay. You stay because when things aren't bad, they feel really good. Dysfunctional relationships have a kind of fire that you don't really see in healthy relationships because of how often and how drastically things swing from being really good to really bad. And it's that contrast that makes things exciting. It's the hope for another really good day that makes you willing to stick through all the bullshit, no matter how bad it gets. But these relationships, by their very nature, are self-destructive, and eventually they implode. So when we left off at the end of the last video, which was part 1, this is part 2. Go ahead and watch part 1. I'll link to it on the screen. Check it out if you haven't seen it as yet. We were in the middle of the implosion of my toxic high school relationship. So let's pick up where we left off. Babe, it's not what you think it is. These are my friends. I wasn't trying to hide anything from you, but I know how you feel about this. I promise I'm not up to anything. Just read the text, see for yourself. But she just sat there in silence, furious. Eventually she turns to me and then she says, Don, I don't even know what to say.
My goodness.
Babe, just get out. Just get out. Just go. So that's what I did. I got out the car and went inside. But like I said in the last video, this wasn't what broke us up. After she got home, we got on the phone, talked it out, and by the end, we were both numb and emotionally drained, but still together. And we moved on from it. Kinda. But this was not out of the ordinary in our relationship. We both imposed rules on each other that came from places of insecurity and dysfunction. We were both type A personalities, very controlling, and we were young, immature, and inexperienced. And I'll be real with you, I was much worse than her. Too rich for who, y'all just got rich again. Who grips the mic and likes to kill their friends. I've never been the type to make amends. If she was at an 8, we like to. Yeah, if she was at an 8, I like to make it 10. And I'm not sure where it came from, man. Maybe it's just in my genes, maybe it's because of my childhood, maybe I just needed to grow up. But it has been a journey to get to where I am today, and even still, I feel like I have very far left to go. But somehow we made it to the end of senior year, and at the end of the year, things felt good. I remember the last time I saw her, I was sure that this was going to be the girl that I would marry one day. It was actually in the airport. This was the last time that I would see her for years. But let me back up for a second. I feel like I'm a little all over the place, so let me try and make sure that we're all on the same page. In the summer of 2011, I moved from Jamaica to America at the age of 15. I was made a junior in high school. I would turn 16 that December. In the summer of 2012, I met Taylor, who would then be my girlfriend until the summer of 2013 when we broke up. During that year that we were together, I lost my virginity to her, we met each other's family, we went to prom, we went to each other's basketball games, we broke up, we got back together. Oh, and that scene in the car where she read my Skype messages, that happened close to the end. Maybe a couple months before we broke up. So now we're back in the airport, a couple weeks before our final breakup. I was flying back to Jamaica where I would spend the summer before I moved to California, which is where I would be living for the next 4 years in college. I was going to California to pursue my dreams of becoming a professional basketball player. Taylor and I had agreed to maintain a long-distance relationship, and we were naively optimistic about the future. So there we are in the airport, where we would say our last goodbyes before I moved away. And I remember telling her that I wanted her to enjoy her college experience, and that I trusted her. I knew I was lying to myself, but I also knew that the way how I had been handling the relationship in regards to allowing my insecurities to cause problems was definitely not going to work for a long-distance relationship. I knew I had to be a better boyfriend if I wanted it to work. And I did want it to work. I mean, I was madly in love with this girl. I knew that I had to start trusting her. So I made it a point to start trying really hard, and I gave her my word that going forward, I was not going to be a jealous or controlling partner at all. And she said she was going to do the same for me. So we kissed goodbye, I got on the plane, and that would be the last time that I would see her in person for almost 4 years. So fast forward a couple weeks, and I'm chilling at my crib in Jamaica with my family. I can't remember anything eventful happening those first 2 weeks, mostly just watching Netflix and playing video games, but Taylor and I spoke every day. One day, Taylor and I were texting each other, and then I told her that I was going to hang out with some of my old friends. I think telling her that rekindled some dormant feelings that never quite went away after the Skype fight. So, from out of what felt like nowhere, she asked me for my Skype password. Now, on one hand, I was very surprised, because that was some next level shit. To ask me for my password to my Skype account, which at 17 was, of course, the same password that I used for everything. This was some serious invasion of privacy, and I didn't feel like I deserved it. But I love this girl, and I really did stop talking to my girlfriends from Jamaica after the Skype fight. It was one of the things I promised her the day of the fight. So I gave her my password because I knew for sure that there was nothing to see. So there I am, sitting at my computer, waiting to hear back from Taylor after she investigates my Skype, and it starts to take a while. Like 7 minutes or so had passed, and I'm like, what the fuck is taking her so long? Now, although I was willing to give her my password, made no mistake, I thought that this was ridiculous, like beyond reasonable paranoia. So almost as a joke, I tell her to give me her Skype password. Now, here's why I said it was like a joke, because it was to my understanding that Taylor never used her Skype account. She told me way back at the start of the relationship that she had like a handful of contacts from middle school, but she never uses it nowadays. I know this because we never Skyped during our relationship, which we would have if she used the app, but she didn't. Or, at least that's what she told me. Me asking her for her password, if anything, was just an attempt to show her indirectly how crazy this was. But it didn't faze her at all, because she sent me her password with no hesitation. So there I am, just waiting, and then eventually I was like, alright, okay, I'll log into her account and see what it looks like. Again, not expecting to see anything remotely interesting. I signed into her account, and lo and behold, it was not at all what I expected. There were well over 100 contacts listed in her Skype, which was the first thing that gave me pause. Why? Because I was expecting a handful of people. I mean, I myself had like under 40 contacts, and I used the app regularly. But okay, she had a lot of contacts, doesn't really mean anything. Maybe I misinterpreted what she meant by a handful of people. So now I'm scrolling through her contacts to see if I saw any names that looked familiar from school. Again, not really looking for anything incriminating. I was just honestly waiting for her to complete her investigation of my Skype account. So I'm scrolling, and then I see it. I see his name, her ex-boyfriend.
I know.
Right. That was the second thing that threw me off, because according to Taylor, they never spoke, and she supposedly cut him out of her life after they broke up, or at least that's what she told me. So now I had to know, had Taylor been communicating with her ex? Hey man, I told y'all from the jump, this entire story is just a complete show of dysfunctional behavior on both sides. So I click on his name, and there it was, as clear as day. Within the last 2 weeks, they had Skyped twice, and my 17-year-old insecure self just didn't know how to process that. My girlfriend was Skyping her ex. Boy, did that shit bother me. And that's all the information I had. It didn't tell me how long the conversations were. It didn't tell me who called who. There were no text messages going back and forth. Just 2 timestamps for the 2 video calls. So now I'm starting to get anxious. Like, I didn't know what to do with myself. So I log out of her account, and now I'm just sitting there waiting for her to text me back. Finally she does, and of course she tells me that she's sorry for not trusting me and that this wasn't going to happen again. So then I text her back, and then I'm like, yeah, you're right. This will never happen again. Because we are done. instantly she replies and she's like, well, what do you mean? And then I tell her that while I was on her Skype account, I saw that she had been talking to her ex and that I was able to get into the history and pull everything up. All the messages, all the timestamps for the video calls, I could see everything. So, obviously, I was lying. Like I said earlier, I only saw that someone called somebody twice within the last 2 weeks. That's all the information I had to work with. So, I lied. Why? Because I was fishing. I knew I didn't have much to work with, but I knew I had to find out if she was talking to this behind my back, because there was no way I could do a long-distance relationship without knowing for sure. So I figured my best bet was to pretend like I saw and knew everything and then get her to snitch on herself. And it worked. She started sending me paragraphs of text filled with explanations, apologies, and excuses, and I'm just like, holy fucking, this is real. She had been talking to her ex. It wasn't until that moment that I knew for sure. So it wasn't until that moment that I really lost my shit. I then proceeded to lean into this girl, man. Oh my God, man. I went off, my G. I said the meanest, most hurtful shit that I could think of. If I had just called her a thought and left it at that, which, still terrible, that would have been me handling the situation 10 times better than I actually did. So there I am, angry, hurt, confused, but mostly angry. And there, in my state of undeserved self-righteousness, after sending several hurtful messages in an attempt to cut this poor girl down, a girl that I truly loved, I told her that I was done with the relationship and that I hope we never speak again. Guys, this is a video where from start to finish, I'm giving you example after example of what not to do. I handled almost everything poorly in this relationship. Absolutely terrible. Most of the things that I do right nowadays when it comes to a relationship or talking to a girl, I learned from this one relationship. I have been in several relationships, and this one relationship probably taught me 70% of what not to do and what to do when...
The beauty of a gift is all about giving it.
Right as that happens, who do I see walk into the store? A fucking cop. Granted, he was a mall cop, so take that how you will. But I tell you what though, that gun on his hip, boy, that shit was real as fuck. Now, before we get started today, I'd like to thank today's sponsors, Guns of Boom. Guns of Boom is a first-person shooter available on your mobile device. It's a super dynamic. Swear to God, man, no matter how hard you try, I think that children always eventually turn into their parents. To some degree, right? All the things that my parents did and said when I was a kid that I hated, I find myself doing and saying the exact same things as I get older. Perfect example. My mom is the kind of lady that does not put up with bad customer service. Now, partly that's because my mom's just a strong-ass black woman that doesn't take shit from anybody, but also because she's worked in HR for almost her entire life and knows exactly what good customer service looks like. So whenever some employee catches an attitude or gives her bad customer service, she doesn't hesitate to let him know. I used to hate that as a kid. I would often get embarrassed and think to myself, I would never draw attention like that to myself in a public setting. But recently, I had an incident at Shoe Locker where I found myself doing that exact thing, an action that resulted in the cops being called on me. So here's what happened. So the other day I went to the mall to go shopping, and I don't shop too often, so when I do, I spend a lot of money. And I know I shouldn't, like, I really be spending money I don't need to, but I went from being really broke to really not broke really fast. So, mistakes. Anyway, among the things I purchased, I got a pair of blue and white Jordan 1s and a pair of Air Force 1s from Shoe Locker, of which the Air Force 1s I wore out of the store. I went straight home, took off the forces, threw them in the closet, and went on with my day. The next morning, I woke up with a bit of buyer's regret. You see, I didn't really want the forces, but the salesman at Shoe Locker was gassing me up, so I was just like, fuck it. But by the morning, I had changed my mind. So I go to Shoe Locker, I show the guy the receipt, and then he takes the shoes and inspects them. And of course, the bottoms of the shoes were dirty as a result of me walking out of the store to my car the day before. He looks at me and says, "Hey bro, I can't give you your money back for these. They're not in resellable condition." So then I'm like, "But these are brand new though." But then he's like, "Yeah, but these are too dirty, bro. I mean, how would you feel if you came to buy some new white sneakers and we brought these out to you?" So then I was like, true. So I'm like, okay, I see what you're saying. So what are my options? So then he says, "Well, I can give you store credit." And then I was like, And so then he said, "Or you could take the shoes home, clean them, and then I'll take them back and give you your money." So then I was like, "Oh, for real? All right, let's do that." He then shows me what shoe cleaner to get and gives me instructions on how to clean the shoes. Cool. Now, this means I have to spend another $20 on shoe cleaner, but I figure getting $70 back is better than no dollars back. So I take the shoes out to my car and give them a proper scrubbing, and by the time I was done, they were pretty white if you ask me. So I go back to the Shoe Locker, but now the manager on duty was there as well. So he takes the shoes, shows them to her, and then she's like, "No." And I could see she had a little attitude about her, but I was like, alright, your life probably sucks, so whatever. So then I say, "So am I not getting my money back? I mean, these are definitely cleaner than the floor models." And then she's like, "Yeah, but they have to be pearl white, like perfect." And then she points out to me all the tiny imperfections that I had missed when I cleaned the shoe. So I was like, okay. And then the guy says we can still do an even exchange if you want. But I was like, nah. You see, now I was too invested. I'd already sunk an additional $20 in like an hour of the day into making this return happen. I wanted, my God. So I drive 30 minutes home and spend like 20 minutes meticulously scrubbing these shoes. I got these shoes so white that when I put them on, my credit score went up. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I made my way back to the store yet again for the third time. And as I walk up to the counter, I can already see that the manager was not happy to see me again. So the guy takes the shoes, shows them to her, and then she rolls her eyes. And then with her back turned to me, she signals to the guy to return the shoes, but she did it by fanning her hand. Now, I might not have been trained by the CIA on how to read body language or anything like that, but I've been around sassy women long enough to know that this motion basically says, "Alright, just return the shoes. This is being annoying," right? That's what that says, right? So now I'm like, is she mad at me that I'm trying to return the shoes? Like, I just followed your employee's instructions. If you want to be mad at someone, be mad at him for telling me that I could just clean the shoes and return them. I'm definitely not the asshole in this situation. Anyway, they reluctantly do the return and give me my money. So now I'm a little fucked up. Because here's the thing. It's not like if he had just straight up told me that I couldn't do the return from the beginning, I would have given him shit about it. I would have just been like, alright, but he put the option on the table, so I didn't appreciate the fact that they were treating me like I was the asshole who was trying to get him to bend over backwards to do the return. So the guy hands me the money, and then he just doesn't say anything. No, have a good day, no peace out, no, don't let the fucking door hit you on the way out. Nothing, just handed me the receipt and turned around. So I walk out the store, and as I'm walking to the car, I'm like, what just happened? How am I the douchebag in this situation? So then I was like, nah, they ain't gonna treat me like that. After they made me take the shoes back twice to clean them, got it. So I walk in and I ask to speak to her. She comes over and I respectfully voice my dissatisfaction. She then basically tells me that I was wrong to interpret her tone and body language the way that I did, and that she has done nothing wrong. So now I'm like, bitch, what? And then dude over here decides that he wants to play Black Panther or something as if his manager can't handle the conversation and she needed saving. He might as well have said, "Veronica, do not worry, I will handle the situation." So then he turns to me and he starts trying to make me feel like I'm being a dick for coming back and voicing my opinion on their service. He's cutting me off, raising his voice, gesturing defensively, and the whole time, I'm being pretty calm, partly because I worked in retail for 4 years and I know that if a customer starts yelling and making a scene, they have the right to kick the customer out of the store. And I didn't want that, but also because I just didn't care enough. Like, I wanted an apology, but it wasn't like I was genuinely upset. It was more about the principle to me. And by principle, I mean...
I ain't taking disrespect, look, nigga. Straight up put a couple holes in your neck, look, nigga.
So then the manager leaves and just goes to the back, completely ignoring me, and then homeboy starts dialing up volume. He's cutting me off more and more, ultimately telling me that 1, I'm tripping, I got my money back, what else do I want? 2, I can just go shop at Finish Line instead of Shoe Locker if I have a problem. And 3, if I have a customer service problem, then I should just go call customer service, because they're not going to be giving me an apology. So now I'm like, this nigga is a moron. Eventually, the manager finally comes back to the floor and starts to talk to me. Because by now, the guy's being so loud and is so upset to the point where you can visibly see him hyperventilate. Because nothing makes someone more upset than realizing the person you're shouting at doesn't give a fuck. So she starts to ramble at first and explain herself, and I just stand there poker face because she knew what I wanted. Eventually, she apologizes for being rude and that it wasn't her intention to come off that way. After which, I promptly accepted her apology and said thank you. That's all I came back for. Right as that happens, who do I see walk into the store? A f***ing cop. Granted, he was a mall cop, so take that how you will. But I tell you what though, that gun on his hip, boy, that shit was real as fuck. I turned to her and she's like, oh, I had to call the security. I didn't like the back and forth that was going on between you guys. I just wanted to make sure that someone was here to stop things in case they escalated further. You want to know what the sad part is? I wasn't surprised. Genuinely, when she said that she felt as if she needed to call security, my initial response was, oh yeah, that makes sense. It wasn't until after I already left the store and was walking back to my car that I was like, hold up, this chick just called the cops on me. And I wasn't even yelling. What on earth could have made her think that things were gonna escalate further? So much so to the point that she felt as if she needed someone with a gun to be on the scene. And then I remembered what I look like. I'm a large black man with earrings and tattoos who doesn't happen to speak like this all the time. Which automatically must mean that I'm unintelligent and thus incapable of maintaining a conversation with someone whom I happen to disagree with. Of course, it was only a matter of time before I punched Black Panther in the face and then proceeded to crip walk over his body, right? That's obviously what was going to happen next. That's what it means to be a young black man in America, right?
We're for the dreamers and achievers, the special few, who have the unique ability to...
Seeing your pet live 100%. There's nothing better. Play. Fetch. Chase.
But you have to realize that as a black guy, that's my equivalent of dropping your average white guy in the middle of the hood at night. Like, I would have been so much more comfortable being in a 2-bedroom apartment in a ghetto somewhere with grills on the windows and gunshots and police sirens going off in the distance. In a weird way, I would have felt safer. Today's video is sponsored by the mobile app War Robots. So what exactly is War Robots, alright? It's a 6v6 strategic multiplayer game. You get to choose a robot that best matches your style of gameplay. Now, this is a strategy game, but I don't really f*** with strategy. I just go to guns
never make no
blazing.
shots.
It's also why I die a lot, but it's more fun that way. The game itself is, of course, coming at you with an A1 saucy graphic. Over 70 million people are already playing this having Jamaican parents. My point is, not a lot of things scare me at this point in my life. And I'm not trying to seem like I'm this big tough guy who doesn't get scared. Everyone has fears, but I'm just saying that my life experiences have definitely worked out a lot of my inner little bitch. However, fairly recently, I had an experience that, for lack of better words, had me shook. This story takes place a little less than a year ago while I was still living in California. I had just quit my day job at the deli, and I was babysitting these 2 special needs kids for this pretty rich guy who we'll call David, that my boy Will had acquainted me with. Now, David owned several small businesses and was always very busy, and his 2 sons were very much afflicted with their special needs conditions, so they pretty much needed around-the-clock supervision. Like, they could not be left at home alone for a second, even though they were both technically teenagers. And to be honest, best job I've ever had. Outside of being a YouTuber, of course, if you can even call this a job. For one, I was getting paid like $20 an hour to pretty much watch TV and play video games with children. Like, I can't even call it work. I'd occasionally have to wrestle one to go take a bath because, again, he was like a little kid trapped inside a teenager's body. And like most little kids, these did not like to go bathe. You're like, I don't know what it is, but little kids just don't like taking baths. 2, David lived in a mansion in the hills. So that was cool. It was a beautiful, massive house on this huge piece of land surrounded by lush green forestry. It was tucked away far from the city, and the nearest neighbor's house was pretty far from David's house. So you had the ultimate sense of privacy. Needless to say, I was basically getting paid like $800 a week to chill in luxury for 4 months. Very nice. So I usually work from 8 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon. But one day, as time was approaching the end of my shift, David texted me saying that the babysitter who was supposed to be coming to take over after I left called in sick, and he wanted to know if I would be willing to stay until 10 p.m. that day. And it wasn't really that hard to convince me to stay, because again, it was just like chilling at home, but instead I was making money. So I settled back in and I continued to watch The Boys, and everything was going fine, business as usual. That was until the sun started to go down. You see, I had never had to babysit the boys during the nighttime, but I figured it wasn't going to be any different from babysitting them during the day. Well, nope, I was wrong. That shit was scary as fuck. Let me tell you why. You remember all those things that I said made David's house seem pretty dope? How big it was, how far away it was from the rest of civilization, how it was just surrounded by lush, dense forestry? Well, turns out all of those things plus no light outside is a perfect recipe for a fucking nightmare. If you have never been alone in a huge old house in the middle of nowhere by yourself at night, don't. It's scary as, I'm serious, it's scary as fuck, nigga, it's not fun. So I'm upstairs with the boys and it is pitch black outside. Like, you don't realize that there are no street lights in sight for miles until it's nighttime. So I'm sitting there and I'm just like, that's kind of creepy, but whatever. Not so I pull out my phone and I try not to think about it. An hour or so passes and the boys go to bed. So now I am very much by myself. And I had like 2 hours before David was gonna get home. So I turn on the TV and I start to watch Netflix to pass the time. And as I'm watching TV, I hear something rattling around outside. And instantly, I'm like, what the fuck is that? I go to the window to see if I can see what was making the noise, but I can't see anything. It's just that dark. So I sit back down and I start to talk to myself. I'm like, all right, Don, don't be a p***. It's probably just a raccoon or something. You have nothing to worry about. So I'm sitting there trying to chill out, and then there was a noise again, but this time it was way louder. So I jump up and run to the window, but of course, I still can't see shit, nigga, like it's dark. So now I'm genuinely scared because I had just watched Get Out, and a part of me low-key for a second considered the idea that maybe it was possible that some of the rich old people who lived around David's neck of the woods got wind that a couple black guys had been babysitting for him, and maybe, just maybe, they were gonna get together, break into the house, and take me out. Listen, I know it sounds ridiculous and up, but you have to realize that as a black guy, that's my equivalent of dropping your average white guy in the middle of the hood at night. Like, I would have been so much more comfortable being in a 2-bedroom apartment in a ghetto somewhere with grills on the windows and gunshots and police sirens going off in the distance. In a weird way, I would have felt safer. So I turned off all the lights upstairs because I went into survival mode. Like I was trying to even out the playing field because the lights gave away my location, and I didn't want to make it easy for the murderers to find me. So I'm sitting there in the dark, and then I hear something fall over outside, which 100% convinced me that there was someone outside lurking around in the darkness who was going to come inside, kill me and then sell my liver on the black market. So I called 911, dead ass. I called the police. For the first time in my life, I called the cops. I needed help. I was scared. So I called the police, and in my best white guy voice, I tell them what's going on. And the lady on the phone is like, so, do you want me to send a police officer? And I was like, yeah. I mean, I guess it's not that necessary. I'm sure you guys are busy dealing with more important things. But if you have someone patrolling in the area, I wouldn't mind if they just so happen to swing over here. You know what I'm saying? And as I'm talking to her, I hear a loud slam, and I was positive that it was from just outside the house, like on the property, but there was no one else here. David still hadn't gone back, and there was no way that was a freaking raccoon. These raccoons are out here in the gym benching 45s. There was no way that was a raccoon. That was a large metal object hitting another large metal object. I was going to die. So I was like, yes, yes, please, send someone right away. Send someone now. Hurry, they're coming for me. I need people with guns right now. So I give her the address, and then she tells me that she'll arrange to have a cop come by, and that I should just make sure all the windows and doors are locked and just to hang tight. So I get off the phone and I start to think, what am I gonna do if someone really breaks into the house? Like, I'm not armed. And for like half a second, I was like, I should just leave. I should just climb down the balcony right now and sprint to my car and just never come back. And I know, it's fucked up because I'd be leaving the boys behind. But I figured that if this was like a get out situation, then they're only after me anyway. And if this was like a typical break-in, once the robber see that the boys are special needs, he'll probably just leave them alone. Plus, they were asleep, so I was like, fuck it, I'm out, I'm gone, nigga, I'm gone. Because $20 an hour is great pay for babysitting, but definitely not worth getting murdered over. But I stay, and I just sit there in dead silence in the dark, waiting for either the cop, David, or the murderer to show up. Not long after, I hear a car pull up. It was David. He comes inside, and of course, I act like everything was fine. Like, he comes inside, pays me my money, and basically says I can bail. And right as I'm leaving, he turns to me and says, so it looks like the guy came and picked up the boat today. And then I was like, what? And then he was like, my boat, remember this morning? I told you that I sold my boat, the one that was parked around the side of the house. It's gone now, so I guess the guy must have come and picked it up. Oh, yeah, the boat. I forgot about that. Now it all made sense. All those noises I was hearing must have been the guy hooking up the trailer the boat was on to his truck. So there weren't any Illuminati devil worshippers trying to kill me and sell my liver on the black market after all. That said, I still walked to my car really fast, and I also I never called that the police. Moral of the story: I don't really have one. I'm gonna be honest with you. So instead, I'm just gonna tell you to go download War Robots because it's a dope app, and I want them to keep sponsoring me so I can buy a new drawing tablet for my animations. Yeah.
With Facebook Shops, connecting people with your business just got easier.
I want it to stop people in their tracks. I want them to see it, and I want them to think, I want that. I need.
You want to know how I came up with the name Young Don the Sauce God? It was a joke. During the animation, I stole this crush and then broke her heart. I sarcastically referred to myself as Young Don the Sauce God. Because in that story, I found myself being followed around by this cute little girl who thought she was my girlfriend. Because I asked her to be my girlfriend. And I thought it was funny because here I am talking about some cute little girl following me around like I'm that guy. When in reality, at the time, I was terrified of the idea of having a girlfriend. I think I was in like the 4th grade, and like a lot of boys at that age, I was insecure and girls made me nervous. So I said it as a joke to be taken sarcastically. I mean, even the way I said it in the video, Young Don the Sauce God. Young Don the Sauce God. Young Don the Sauce God. I thought I made it very clear that I was a joke. So you would see why it was to my surprise when I went to the comment section, I saw that my subscribers were calling me that. But not jokingly. They really like that name for me. And for a second, I didn't get it. Because if I had to use one adjective to describe my content, it would be self-aware. My entire career revolves around me sharing my most embarrassing shortcomings and mistakes, and then sharing with you what lessons I took away from those experiences. Not for a second did I think that I could tell you a story of me getting rejected by a girl or getting roasted in high school, and then have you turn around and think, oh man, that guy's so cool. And nothing screams a lack of self-awareness and humility like calling yourself a fucking god. So I didn't get it. But then I realized the reason why people are okay calling me that is because some of them seem to admire me to some degree. But the reason they admired me wasn't because I tried to portray myself as this cool, perfect dude, but because I'm a fuck up. I'm a fuck up who's okay with being a fuck up. Because I know that all I can do is look at all the ways that I've ever messed up in my life and try to mess it up less in the future. And I think that people like that because in some way it allowed them to feel okay with being fuck ups too. Because that's what sauce is. Being okay with being imperfect. Knowing that you can always get better, but still being okay with knowing that you will never be perfect. Because that's life, and there's no use in beating yourself up about it. So I embrace the name and I try to live up to it. And oftentimes, I fall short. But whatever. Fuck it. So with that said, let's talk about a time where I really fucked it up big time. So this story takes place around 5th or 6th grade, and I was somewhere around 8 to 10 years old, and this was around the time where I really started liking girls. You know, like I was at that in-between place where I started really thinking that girls were cute, but I still didn't get why girls with fat asses are supposed to be appealing. Just didn't make sense at the time. Like doo-doo comes out of there, you know, like what is the hype really all about? That was me then, but now no. They jiggle. Anyway, I had this one classmate, and we would call her Brittany, and I thought that she was absolutely adorable. Big cute eyes, golden brown skin, and she always wore her hair in these cute little puffy pigtails, just cute as a button. Also, she was kind of a bitch. Like she was mean, but I liked that. I wanted that. I needed that. I could tell then that she was gonna grow up to be a boss-ass woman. You know, like she was smart. She was that smart kid that cried when she didn't get an A on a test. And, you know, she was just more than me. You know, like, they're different levels of humans. She was like a tear up for me. But me, ever the overachiever, I had to have her. So Valentine's Day was coming around, and I decided that was going to be my window to shoot my shot. Now, problem was 0 games. Like, none. And with no big brother to seek advice from, and for sure I wasn't going to ask my dad, I turned to the only source of information that I had in my life for this kind of shit. Horny chick flicks that I'd watch on the Lifetime channel with my single mom on Sunday night. So, what do guys do in these corny romance movies to get the girl? Turns out there's actually a lot of complexity and plot to many of these movies, but what my 9-year-old boy brain was able to take away was that bitches liked jewelry. So, naturally, the mission became obtain jewelry. First obstacle, I didn't have any fucking money, and that should have been the end of that plan, honestly. But me, ever the resourceful young fella, I remembered that my mom had a drawer filled with jewelry, which I thought she had way too much of, obviously. I mean, the drawer was a mess, completely unorganized. All of her jewelry was thrown all over the place inside her jewelry box. So, obviously, she had way too much. So I figured she would have missed a necklace. So I take one of the necklaces and I write Brittany a love letter. And the next day, which was the day before Valentine's Day, while she was off somewhere, I don't know, doing shit, I slipped an envelope with the letter and one of my mother's necklaces into her bag. Fast forward to the next day, and as I'm walking into class, guess who I saw smiling at me? Baby girl Brittany. Kobe, nigga. I don't miss. I wish it was a true statement. I miss all the free time. Why my dog like this? So when lunchtime came around, I went up to her and I was like, so did you get my letter? And then she was like, duh, nigga, that's why I let you a dumbass get close to me. I wasn't the smartest kid in class at the time. Or ever. So then I was like, oh, so you want to be my Valentine? And then she was like, okay. So then I was like, oh shit, well, while we here, you want to be my girlfriend? And then she was like,
Okay.
Okay.
You don't live life
They look like a fucking ad right in the middle of the shit, bro.
and take hold of every passing moment. From holding
Run,
on tight for
JaVale
another swing
McBum.
to savoring every last drop of ice cream. It
Watch
tells
him,
you how
bro.
you do it.
Get out the squad, bro. I'm tired of this nigga, bro. It makes me
And
sick.
live hands-on.
So I said, cool.
They double team on the fucking pick and roll. This nigga can't make a fucking shot, bro. Why is he on the
I don't
team?
know how to keep a girlfriend. Like, how do I keep her interested?
Like, what's the point of having him on the team? He don't even do what he's supposed to be doing,
My
bro.
mom has so much jewelry. This shit worked so good the first time. I'll just do it again tomorrow. So rinse and repeat. But second time she got jewelry, didn't really have the same effect. Because one, the more you do something, the less value it has. And two, did I mention that we were 9? Oh my god! This girl didn't care about jewelry, especially jewelry that's for a grown woman. And even if she wore it, which she wasn't going to, she looked like every stereotypical 90s rapper ever. Like the necklace probably caught her at her belly button. So eventually I realized that this strategy was not going to work long term. I mean, besides all the psychological reasons why, giving her jewelry every day would have just been weird, you know? And eventually my mom was going to realize how light her jewelry box was getting. So I had to come up with a new strategy. And in a flash of genius, I thought that maybe I could try talking to her. I know I'm a revolutionary. So there we are at lunch the next day, and we're eating and talking together, and it's going well, but I realized that this girl was boring. Like, this bitch was so boring. Like, god damn. She didn't like cartoons, she didn't like Dragon Ball Z, she didn't play Pokemon, she didn't like soccer. She liked to read, which I hated reading as a child. Like, I'd rather be constipated, which, oh my god, I suffered from chronic constipation as a child. Like, my memories of my childhood is mostly me being constipated on the toilet. And I know for a fact during my childhood at no point would I have ever traded being constipated with reading a fucking book. Ugh. So I was thoroughly disappointed, to say the least. And then, as we were eating together, a group of my friends passed by and they were playing bottle soccer.
You're not missed,
We
nigga.
fill up a bottle with water and use it as a ball to play soccer. If you're lucky, you can find a tennis ball, but desperate times call for desperate measures. These are the things that little Jamaican boys do. And to all my fans who don't live in America, yes, I fucking know it's called football, but just go with it, alright? And as they passed by, she was like, ugh, they are so immature, kicking around a little bottle like children. Look how dirty their uniforms are getting. I hope you never do that. So I was like, me? Nah, that is so lame. Oh my gosh, like, I spend all my free time doing crossword puzzles and teaching myself how to follow.
Damn, a self-log gave me that many fans?
Of course, I loved playing bottle soccer. Like, that's fire, dog. So there I was in a relationship with this boring-ass girl that I stole my mother's jewelry to impress, being push-whipped into not being able to play with my friends. The worst part was, I wouldn't even get him. He needs some milk. Not that I knew what that was at that age, but the concept is still the same. So, fast forward to the next day, and it's after school. And I'm walking across the playground, and I see that my boys are getting together and start a game of bottle soccer. And then I see Brittany sitting on a bench by the playground, chilling with her girlfriend. And I knew right there and then that I had the decision made.
Hey, yo, Don, you wanna play? Don! I'm on my way!
I say, get out, untuck my shirt, tie my school shoes up, and go play ball soccer with my boys. And sure enough, by the end of the game, Brittany's friend walks over to me and is like, so Brittany doesn't want to be your girlfriend anymore. And then I was like, bitch, you ain't looking like a kid. No. And that's the story. Moral of the story, 1, you can't buy love. And 2, just because you find someone to be attractive on the outside doesn't mean that they'll be a good match for you. So if it doesn't work out, consider yourself lucky that you got away. Because not everything that glitters is gold. Except for that necklace I stole from my mom. That shit was real gold.
We have a very serious problem. My mom is currently online shopping, and I don't think she has Honey installed on her computer. I need to...
Then out of nowhere, some dude yells her name. She turns around, and then she was like, oh my gosh, Darren! She runs over and jumps into his arms, and that's when everything started to unravel. Everything that I did from this point on ensured that this chick was gonna curve the fuck out of me, man.
When you're born, can you be born with sauce, or do you you get sauce? You get sauce. I ain't gonna be born with season. You gotta get seasoned. I wasn't born without the sauce. I acquired the sauce.
You see, before your boy became young Don the Sauce God, I was just Donald, and Donald had no sauce. So that begs the question, how did I go from having no sauce to being the sauce god? Well, like my man's Gucci just said, you aren't born with the sauce, you must acquire it. Now, here's where people get it fucked up. Money, fame, clothes, none of that stuff actually gives you sauce. They can only create the illusion of sauce. Because sauce comes from within you and is only attained by humbling yourself enough and having enough self-awareness to learn from every bad experience and mistake that you make, and then using them to make yourself a more dope person. I say that to say that the only reason that I have the sauce now is because I have had my fair share of lame nigga experiences. I have made some corny ass moves in my life, man, and taking all those L's has helped to shape me into the man that I am today. Which brings us to this story. The story of the hardest curve that I have ever received from a chick. This story takes place back in Jamaica, back when I was about 14 or 15 years old. Not too long before I moved to America. So back in my hometown of Kingston, every year they have this huge fundraising event at the park where you go walk around the track to raise money or something. You know how these things work. You get someone to donate some money, and in return you're supposed to walk a certain amount of laps. It really makes no sense at all. Like, I get the mission, you're trying to do good, I guess, but nigga, come on, just give me the money. Like, if I'm doing this breast cancer charity thing, either you want to donate or not. If you do, great. If you don't, have a nice day, bitch. That's it. What do you get from me walking? You're not even there. Like, do people really get off to just the idea of someone walking because they pay them to? It just, whatever. It works, I guess. All I know is that if someone came to me asking for money in exchange for them doing laps, I'd fart in their mouth. I'd literally take my hand and cup the back of their head and shove their face in my butt cheeks and then fart in their mouth. Why? Because that's what they deserve. So I'm at the fundraiser thing, and I went with my childhood best friend, Jeremy. Side note, he's Asian, half Chinese, half Indian to be exact. That has absolutely nothing to do with the story. I just felt like saying that. So this event goes from 6 p.m. in the evening to 6 a.m. in the morning on the weekend. And it really is like a huge event. There's music and food and like games and tents. It's a vibe for sure. So Jeremy and I are walking the track doing the thing when I see this hot girl walking by herself ahead of us. Now, let me be clear about one thing. I have never been afraid of spitting game to a girl. I've always been confident enough to make the approach. The quality of the game being spat, however, was pretty trash early on. So I turn to Jay and I tell him that I'm going to try and talk to this girl. We take a couple more laps as I strategize how I'm going to pull off the approach, what I'm going to say, and then I made my move. So I speed up to catch up to her and I get right beside her. And then I turn to her and say, "Hey, what's up? My name's Donald. I saw you from a little ways away. Thought you were pretty cute, so I wanted to come introduce myself." Now, I probably wasn't that smooth with it, but that was the message that I tried to get across to her. So she accepts the compliment and we start talking. So we're walking and walking and talking and talking. And as far as I remember, the conversation was going pretty alright. I don't remember any of the actual conversation, of course, but I'm sure it was a whole lot of BS small talk, because if I knew what to talk about with a chick back then. But we did end up talking for like a solid 30 minutes. Like, I thought things were going amazing, and this girl was gorgeous, by the way. I mean, this girl was so out of my league at the time, it wasn't even funny. I was thoroughly proud of myself, to say the least. Then out of nowhere, some dude yells her name. She turns around, and then she was like, "Oh my gosh, Darren!" She runs over and jumps into his arms, and that's when everything started to unravel. Everything that I did from this point on ensured that this chick was gonna curve the fuck out of me, man. And again, I only know this now because of learning from all the curves that I've gotten in my 22 years of life. So what happens next? She starts talking to this dude, and they're talking, and they're talking for a while. And I just stood there. I just stood there and waited like a lame-o. She didn't even introduce me. I wasn't a part of the conversation, and this was before Instagram and Snapchat and all that shit. So it's not even like I could pretend to be busy on my phone. I was just standing there. So eventually Darren left to go be cool somewhere else, I guess, and Shawty turns it back to me. So I was thinking, cool, we can pick up where we left off. But then she was like, "Hey, I'm actually kinda hungry. I'm gonna go get something to eat." This was where I should have just let it go. Actually, I should have thrown up some deuces when she put me on hold to talk to Darren, but I clearly missed that message. This, however, should have been crystal clear, but no sauce. So I'm like, "Oh, I'm hungry too. I'll come with. What do you want to eat? I'll eat whatever you want to eat because I really want your approval and I don't want you to leave." And rah, 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 rah. Don, what the f, man? Just let it go. Let it go. So I go with her and we end up getting popcorn. And then she turns to me and says, "Hey, I'm gonna go back to my tent. I'll come hang out with you later." So I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah, for sure. You want my number or something so you can find me?" "Now, where's your tent? I'll come find you." You sure? Because there are a lot of tents. "Yeah, I'll find you, trust me." So I was like, cool. I pointed to where my tent was. I headed back there, and I thought I was the freaking man. I tell Jay, "Yo, I threw it down, bro." We talked for a cool minute. She's gonna come check for me later, and then I'll get the digits. So there we are, kicking it in the tent. A couple hours pass and I'm playing it cool, hanging out with the people in the tent, but low-key, I'm looking out for Shawty. A couple more hours pass and now I'm like, oh snap, she must be having a really hard time finding my tent. So I grab Jay and we hit the track again. We start walking and we probably go around the track like 6 times, and right as we were about to call it a dub, I spot Shawty. But this time, she was with a girlfriend. So I'm like, perfect, now Jay can have one too. So we catch up to the girls, and she's like, "Oh, hey, what's up?" And I don't know what I said, probably something lame. And now all 4 of us are walking together, and I'm definitely carrying the conversation. Then she says, "Hey, I need to use the bathroom," and asked her girlfriend to go with. And we were right by the porta potty station, so she and her friend just head over there. So Jeremy and I are chilling, waiting on the girls, and then out of the corner of my eye, I see 2 people running. I turn and take a good look, and sure enough, it was the 2 chicks we were just with. I point them out to Jay, and I'm like, what just happened? And then he's like, I guess she doesn't like you, bro. And that was when I finally realized that it wasn't going that well after all. And at that time, you know, I was like, oh, what a, like, ouch. Couldn't you have just been like, hey, thanks, but no thanks? And I guess that's an understandable position to have, but I realize now that I did a lot of things wrong. When you do that, things go left. By the way, remember when I said this? Like, one day she was walking over to me, and I just ran away. Like, I had nowhere to hide, and I wasn't mature enough to deal with the situation, so I just ran away. Which, by the way, karma's a bitch, and that act did come back to haunt me years later. Yeah, this was that story. Moral of the story, when it comes to people, never chase it, man. Let it come to you. What's up, fam? It's your boy, Young. I shouldn't text her. I was the one that said we shouldn't do this anymore. I made that decision, and for good reason. This ain't the time for all that. I can't speak for you, but I don't think we're ready. Especially me. I got too many people who want to see me do something with this. This isn't the time to let up. I know this. So why am I sitting here one keystroke away from sending a text that I know I really shouldn't send? That was the internal dialogue I found myself having just a week ago. Yeah, I'm talking about a girl, but this isn't about the girl. It's about something much deeper, something that I think most of us have to deal with at some point. This is about loneliness. For as long as I can remember, I have been struggling with this feeling of what I believe to be loneliness. Whenever I wasn't distracting myself with something, whether it be schoolwork, hanging out with friends, watching YouTube, etc., whenever it was just me and my thoughts, sure enough, a subtle sadness would creep into my mind. Even though, when I look around, I don't see a reason to be sad. I have friends, family, food, shelter, all my needs are met. So why then do I feel as if something is missing? I came to the conclusion at a young age that something that I was missing was actually a someone. I mean, that's what society tells us, right? That there's someone out there for everyone, and that a huge part of your life should be dedicated to finding that someone. So even though no one ever told me exactly that the solution to this darkness, this emptiness that lives inside me was a girl, I was sure that whoever she is would be the solution to my problem. I needed to find my soulmate, my South Bay, if you will. And that's what I did and have been doing since I was 15 years old. Ever since I was 15, I'd get into these serious long-term relationships with the hopes that this will be the right girl to fill the hole in my chest. And for the most part, it worked. I'm constantly glued to my phone, so I'd rarely go more than a few hours without hearing from my girlfriend. Never more than a day. So this worked for me. I thought I had it figured out. Whenever I was in a relationship, the feeling of loneliness never crept in. And whenever a relationship would end, all I have to do is find a new girlfriend. It seemed to me that I had this whole problem of loneliness solved. That was until a couple years ago. I was 3 years into a relationship with a wonderful girl when I started to get these feelings of unrest. It was as if out of the blue, I started to get this incredible lust for conquest. Something inside of me wanted to go out and conquer the world. I needed to do something big. I needed to go on a mission and make something phenomenal out of my life. And as this feeling grew and grew, another feeling started to surface. It was a desire for freedom. I had this longing to be detached from everyone and everything. It was like instinctually I knew that in order to go on a mission of the magnitude that I wanted to embark on, I would need complete freedom from everything, including my girlfriend. It felt like I needed to be alone. So we broke up. I tried my best to explain it to her, and she tried her best to understand. So there I was, single and free. Nothing tied me down to anything. And for a while, I enjoyed it. I mean, if you don't count the 2 months that I was single between this girl and the one before, I had constantly been in a committed, serious relationship for the past 4 years, and I was only 21. But then, an old friend paid me a visit. Good old loneliness. He started whispering things into my ear when I lie alone in bed at night. Things like,
no one's thinking of you. No one loves you. You have nobody. You're so alone. Isn't that sad?
And in no time, I was utterly consumed by the darkness that is loneliness. So, like many other people do when they start to feel lonely after a breakup, I started hooking up with my ex. Which of course led us right back to square one, being in a relationship. And there we stayed for another year, and at first, I convinced myself that I was wrong to leave her in the first place, that my lust for conquest was absurd, and these feelings of wanting to be alone on my hero's journey was ridiculous. But the thing is, the hardest person to fool about how you really feel is yourself. And this yearning for adventure was not just my imagination. It was real and getting stronger every day. So, a year after we got back together, we broke up again. This was around February in 2017. It also was 3 months after I dropped out of school to pursue YouTube with everything I had. Your boy only had 300 subscribers at the time. Oh man. Things change. So yeah, we split up and I started on my hero's journey with my mission to become a great YouTuber. But just like before, the loneliness resurfaced after a few weeks. Only this time I knew that I couldn't go back to my ex. It would be wrong. I don't think any man should put a woman he loves through that kind of heartache more than twice. So I chose to just deal with the loneliness. I mean, there were a couple chicks here and there that I was briefly distracted by. I mean, that's how you got the Tinder stories, but for the most part, I was all alone, and I felt every bit of it. That was until I met my last girlfriend. And we held a relationship title for maybe a month and a few weeks. We got together like a week before I moved from California, where she lived, here to Texas. And just like with my last girlfriend, my gut started to tell me that this wasn't the right time to be in a relationship. I needed to focus. And things weren't exactly going smoothly. So we broke up. And thus I find myself about a week after the breakup once again stewing in my loneliness. So there I was, sitting in my office chair, debating whether or not I should text her. And then I got angry. I was mad at myself, mad that I couldn't just make the loneliness disappear. Why does my gut keep telling me to leave these girls only for my heart to long after them once they're gone? And then it occurred to me, almost everything that I know about self-care, I've taught myself by reading and watching videos. Why have I not read a book about dealing with loneliness? So I hopped on Amazon and started looking for a book. And then one called out to me. Love yourself like your life depends on it. I bought it and started to read it immediately. And within minutes, the book connected with me on a level that I couldn't have anticipated. It broke down the concept and, more importantly, the practice of self-love. Of course, I've heard the term love yourself before, but I realized that I never really knew what that meant, or how to even go about doing it. For instance, in my 23 years of life, I don't think that I've ever told myself, I love you. Neither in my head or out loud. But since I've read that book, I've said it to myself thousands of times. And believe me when I say that it feels just as good, if not better, than hearing someone else say it. It was as if I had been shown the secret to happiness, to living a great life. I realized that what I have been calling loneliness for years wasn't actually loneliness, but a longing to be loved unconditionally. And furthermore, that I am more than capable of supplying all that love to myself. Reading that book, I realized the significance, the life-changing power of loving yourself. I vowed from that day on that there will never be a day that goes by where I don't tell myself that I love myself. So that very night, I drove with my boy Feet down to the local tattoo shop, and I had them carve these oh so important words permanently into my skin in a place that I am forced to constantly look at every day. Since then, I've been practicing self-love passionately on a daily basis, and I can say that without a doubt, my life experience has never been the same. I also got a tattoo on my other wrist while I was at it, inspired by another book, Discipline Equals Freedom. But that's a message for another video. Moral of the story. I don't think that you can truly love anyone the way they deserve to be loved. That is until you learn how to to love yourself. Yeah.
Do you love your cat? Do you really love your cat? Do you really, really love your cat? Then show it with Delectables lickable treats. Treat them the best with Delectables lickable treats.
When migraine strikes, take Zolvic with Nurtec. The only quick resolve treatment for migraine attacks that can get many people back to normal activities and last up to 48 hours with just one dose. Wonderful. Don't take if allergic to Nurtec. The most common side effect was nausea. Nurtec. One dose. Wonderful.
Today I want to tell you a story about three regular-ass brown boys who figured out how to make their wildest dreams come true. And maybe, by hearing this story, you'll come to realize that actualizing your dreams aren't as unrealistic as they may seem. So to start, I want you to ask yourself one question. What do you think happens when you die? At the end of today's video, I'll be giving away one signed poster as well as one $100 Amazon gift card. Stay tuned. Dang, man, that's a heavy-ass question right there, boy. But seriously, what do you think happens? I've heard a lot of different opinions over the course of my life on this topic. Some people believe that when you die, you gotta stand in front of a dude that I imagine looks like the Little Mermaid's dad. Yes, the Disney character. And if he likes you, he lets you live with him in his magic crib in the sky, where you get to puff organic leaf inhalers all day with Bob Marley and Tupac as magic sky mermaids hand feed you unlimited garlic breadsticks. Or is that just my heaven? Something like that, right? Well, on the other hand, if he doesn't fuck with you, he probably just sent you to Florida. Oh man, no offense to Floridians. I lived in Florida for a while actually. Florida has some of the best people and culture and some of the most beautiful women in the world. I love Florida, but let's not pretend that God hasn't really been with y'all for a hot minute now. Like, y'all haven't caught a break in a while, child. Also, don't get me for thinking that that's what God looks like, okay? Don't blame me. Blame all the white Jesus propaganda I was constantly brainwashed with as a child. Like, I'm so down to change God's race, but I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be a challenge because white people are like the Apple of Christianity. Y'all are phenomenal marketers. I mean, for all I know, God is Asian, but like, think about it. The world is mostly Asian. I mean, wouldn't it make sense that God would look like whatever he created the most of? Like, I imagine that every 10 years or so, some angel comes up to God and is like, all right, boss, it's time to make the next batch of humans for the new generation. Anything you want in particular? And then he's like, let's go with teriyaki. And I know what some of you are thinking. Well done, the first humans actually originated in Africa, which would mean that technically everyone was black and thus God must be black. And technically Samsung makes better phones, but the last time I checked, I was still rocking an iPhone. Hey man, these are just jokes, alright? I don't know what God looks like. I don't even know if I believe in a God. For all I know, when we die, that's it. You're just dead. Eternal blackness and silence. And that thought alone was enough to make me decide that I refuse to let anyone or anything get in the way of me doing whatever it was that I wanted to do with my life. No more giving other people a say of what I can and can't accomplish. That's why in November of 2016, against the advice of pretty much everyone in my life, I dropped out of college. I was 21 years old, making minimum wage at a grocery store, and after almost 4 years of junior college, I didn't have a single certification or degree. I barely had 100 subscribers, and I was living in my friend's sister's room while she was away for college. Oh, and I had $5,000 in student loan debt. So I get why people thought I was taking a couple steps back by dropping out. But I literally didn't give a But dog, the way how I saw it, I wanted to put myself in a position where I had no other option. Either I was going to become a famous YouTuber or make minimum wage for the rest of my life. And I don't know if you've ever met a guy in his 40s whose entire life revolves around some shitty minimum wage job, but I have, and that scared the hell out of me. No offense if that's you, like there's nothing wrong with that life. I just knew that it wasn't for me. So thus began my journey, and for an entire year I gave making these videos my everything, putting 30 to 50 hours a week into every single video on my page. And as time passed, my channel did grow, but not by much, like a couple hundred subscribers a month, if that, but it didn't matter. I was determined to make this seedling of a dream grow into a splendid reality. And while that was happening, another dream had sprouted out of the ground, but this one didn't belong to me. Let's leave California for a second and head over to Florida. Meet Wyatt and Feet, otherwise known by their group stage name, 340 Order. Now, I became friends with Wyatt back in high school in Florida. We were teammates on our varsity basketball team, and I think that we can say that we were good friends even back then. But after I graduated and moved to California, for the most part, we pretty much fell off, only really communicating through Instagram with an occasional double tap on a picture. Well, right around the time when I started putting out animations, Wyatt and Feet started putting out music under the name 340 Order. And as time went on, I started listening to their music, and they started watching my animation. And there was just a mutual respect and admiration on both sides for what the other was doing. Eventually, every time they dropped a song, I would shout it out on my social media, and they would do the same for my video. We became genuine fans of each other's art, which was freaking dope, man, because you realize that when you start to try things that are out of the box and chase big dreams, a lot of the people who you think fuck with you don't really fuck with you like that. Like, don't expect your friends or family or anyone who follows you on Instagram that has known you for a while to show you any real support for your dreams while you're still working towards it. You want to know when most of my longtime friends from high school started to show me love? After I was already famous. And if shit hits the fan, I'm sure they'll be the first to jump ship. Shout out to the real ones though. You know who you are. So when these guys were showing me love way back when I was still nothing and really believed in me, it meant a lot. So this continued throughout the year. I kept making videos and they kept making music. And then one day, I woke up and my seedling of a dream grew 7 feet overnight. And when you finally succeed at whatever it is that you're trying to do, no matter how hard it is or however long it takes to get there, once you're there, it feels like it didn't take that much time or effort. Which is exactly why you should never give up and always be trying to go even harder every day. So back to Wyatt and Feet. While all of this was happening, my boys were still back in Florida in the exact same position I was in just a couple months prior. They were working shitty minimum wage jobs, taking a couple classes while busting their asses to make their music and find shows to perform at. I looked at that and took into consideration how much I loved their music and how much they supported me when I was grinding, and thought to myself, I'm gonna put mine on. The whole world needs to hear their music. So a couple months after I blew up, I got my own 2-bedroom apartment here in Texas, and I told my boys to move in. And I'm not going to pretend like I know what we're doing. There's no instruction manual for this. But I decided that we were going to figure this whole music thing out, and somehow I was going to use my success to help my dogs gain success as well. Because why not? So at 23 years old, with zero experience in the music industry, I started a company, Dreamland Boulevard. And I partnered up with my brothers Wyatt and Feet. They make their music and I make these videos. And then we come together and try to figure out how to get the world to hear their dope-ass music. It's been a few months since we started the journey, and to be honest, we still haven't really figured it out. But we're getting there. How do I know? Well, about a week ago, 340 Order performed in front of hundreds of people at a music festival as they opened up for 21 Savage. You get what I'm saying? They sang on a mic and then handed that mic to one of today's most famous rappers in the world. Like, if that's not a sign that we're making the right moves, I don't know what is. So here we are, 3 college dropouts in our early 20s making our dreams a reality. Funded and fueled by you guys. the Saw Squad. So that's our story so far. I wanted to share that with you, and in doing so, I hope that you get something out of it, because it wouldn't have happened without you. So before I give the moral,
Yo, broski, that panda was so good, man. But look at your shoes. They're so dirty. You should go to the mall and get some new J's, my jeans.
hey, what's going on? You already know who it is, man. I got new merch, man. Merch is here. Link in the description. We'll talk more about that later, man. Enjoy the video. So, I get messages from members of the Saw Squad asking me about discipline. And if you follow me on my Instagram or watch my vlogs, you see why. I do a lot, okay? Too much, really. I'm borderline autistic, I think. I don't know. It just might be stupid. But I'm not talking about my discipline just to stroke my own ego. I mean, sure, that's a part of it. Who doesn't like a good stroking, am I right? No. I say that because I don't think y'all really know just how hard discipline is for me. Like, discipline for me is an everyday battle. For instance, about a week ago, so I was having a pretty good run there. And I got up early, didn't eat any fast food, finished all my to-do lists, only jerked off like once. I was killing it, okay? For like 11 days straight, and I knew it, you know, like for those 11 days, I was a better person than you. Just those days, just those 11 days. But, on about day 12 of the run, the wheels started to come off. I knew it when I woke up. I could feel it, like in my toes, like I knew I was going to fuck up that day, you know. So the day started off okay, you know, I managed to get some work done early. And for a second, I thought it was going to be a productive day. That was until I got hungry. Because instead of going to the grocery store to get some healthy food, my inner demon was like, yo, broski, you look hungry, man. Let's go get some panda. Nah, I don't think we should do that, man. I think we should go to the grocery store and get some healthy food, you know what I'm saying? Yo, broski, it's just a little orange chicken. It's not gonna do you nothing. Yeah, it's just a little orange chicken. Like, that's not gonna undo everything I've done for the past 2 weeks, right? What's the harm? So I go to Panda and I order some orange chicken. And it was so good. In like a dirty way. You know, like I felt guilty after. I could just feel the poison running through my body. So I was like, okay. Have some Panda. I'll go to the grocery store later, get back on track with this whole discipline thing. But right as I was fixing to head back home, back and was like, yo, broski, that panda was so good, man. But look at your shoes. They're so dirty. You should go to the mall and get some new J's, man. Nah, I don't think so, man. I'ma just clean them. They'll be good as new. Broski! Chill. You ain't bought new shoes in like 2 months. You're the sauce god, man. You can't be walking around in dirty sneakers. You need to be saucy all the time. Yeah, but you're not even that dirty. George! Then you Panda is not food. So I was like, okay, time to get some clothes. But by then, my inner demon, which had been getting more and more powerful with each act of indiscipline that I had made that day, he looks at me and he's like, yo, fuck those groceries, my G. You're tired. You don't have the energy to cook. You're hungry.
Now what do you want from me? What am I supposed to do? Eat more panda. Wait, you want me to eat more panda? I can't. Twice in a day? No, we're not doing that. Look, panda is like 15 minutes away. I live across the street from the grocery. Noise, that's my G. Just Uber Eats, that's my G. You've been eating healthy for 11 days, bro. Who do you think you are? You're hungry. You're hungry. So I Uber Eats.
I was working in the substitute teaching. I had my two children, and I had problems. It's hard because you have to keep up.
Sit. I lie on the couch and waited for a stranger to bring me poison that I paid for. So the Uber pulls up and the smell of greasy Chinese food got me. Cool, large serving. You know what I felt like? I felt like I just rubbed one out to the most revolting dirty cat. You know, it's the kind of video you can't even look for. It looks for you when you're going through the recommended tabs on the side. It's just a wormhole kill, and you hate yourself the entire time, but you keep tunneling down the wormhole. After you get off to a video like that, you just feel it's hard to make eye contact with anyone for at least 3 hours. Just out of fear that they'll look into your soul and see how broken of a person you really are. That's how I felt after I ate the second round. And then I jerked off, because go hard or go home, man. If I'm gonna be my word self, I might as well just go off the word. So, yeah. I had to go to sleep after my body shut down. It was too much of the system to handle. So I went to sleep, had some crazy dreams, and then I woke up and wrote it. Look who made it to the end of the video, man. Hey, man, I hope you enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun making that one. But we got something to talk about, man. I got to
participate in the defense and get my guys ball where they know they like it.
And do you think that gives you a better chance to win?
There was literally a humongous gay pride flag flying over San Francisco. So I turned to Bianca and I'm like, where are we? And then she looked at me and like, did you know San Francisco is probably like the gayest city in the world? And then I'm like, my first time in San Francisco. This is one of my favorites. I have never thought about this story and not had a smile. Which, to a lot of people, if they look at what happened during the trip, they wouldn't get it. But, forgive me. So, let's take it back. Now, it's the day before Halloween, 2020, and at this time I was still in Q. If you don't know who that is, make sure to watch my last video. But Bianca was still around as well. Watch the I Wasn't Ready to Be a Dad video if you don't know who. So, Bianca comes to the video and was like, hey, y'all want to go to a Halloween party tomorrow night or what? And me, being a turnip connoisseur, my obvious answer was yes. And Q, always be down for a good time, also said yes. So then she was like, yes, okay, great, happy that at 5 in the morning. So then I'm like, what? You mean 5 in the morning? Pack our bed. Why we gotta pack our bed? What are you talking about? She's like, chill. It's at UC Berkeley, which is like 8 hours away. So, top. So then I'm like, oh, well, in that case,
fuck that. Girl, is you crazy? And who are you telling to stop that? Why would I drive 8 hours for a house? And then she's like, oh, stop, I gotta be such a dick. Come on, you've never been to San Francisco. You can't live in California and never be a San Francisco. Come on, don't you want to see the Golden Gate story? So I'm like, one, yes I can. And two, I've seen it. Okay, Full House was one of my favorite Midnight shows. I've seen The Great. Who wants to go? You want to go? Yeah, whatever. So all we went to San Francisco. 8 hours we had to drive from San Diego to San Francisco. And I probably would have went to San Diego trip if it wasn't for my phone. Because halfway through the trip, he goes to me. Hey, bro, you kind of get sick, man. So then I'm like, bro, Guardian Leviosa, man. So after a couple of hocus, you and I weren't even in a car anymore. We were on your magic car. Bianca, of course, is driving, and was also being the lead. So we had, but she and I were like, so fast forward, and we finally arrived. The first thing I noticed as we approached the house was that in the middle of the street, overlooking all those things and was the biggest flag that I had ever seen. And by biggest, I mean there was literally a humongous gay pride flag flying over the city. So I turned to Bianca and I'm like, yo, where are we? And then she looks at me and is like, did you know San Francisco is totally like the gayest city? And then I'm like, so now I'm looking out for you, because if someone dragged you to the Florida, you said. Anyway, you and I are still heavily connected, and now the magical monkey. So look around for the closest food store, and there happens to be a coffee shop. I got this vanilla mocha latte thing. I have ordered this exact cup of coffee dozens of times before, and I don't know if it's magic or the crisp San Francisco breeze or if San Franciscans are just somehow better at making coffee. But this was the best cup of coffee I have ever had in my life. I think about this cup of coffee at least twice a week to this day. It was so good that while I was drinking it, I seriously thought about just jerking off right there on the sidewalk. Like a crazy person, okay? It was that good. I felt like I was supposed to bust a nut by the end of the cup. I could spend an entire lifetime trying to recreate the moment I took that first sip. And it failed miserably for the rest of my life. Have you ever had an experience with food like that? It was perfect. So we leave the coffee shop, and the first thing we run into was the dude out of his mind. Like, right after we got the coffee, there was just this one homeless guy just slumped over, standing in the middle of the sidewalk, drooling on himself. And all I could think was, yo, you must have had some of this coffee. Poor guy. But, so we walked around some more, went to the red, cool, like I said, so, and then finally, the night was so. Turns out though, Bianca didn't really have a plan for how we were going to get into the frat party. Oh yeah, it was a frat party. Surprise. I mean, girl, but you and I got to take it every time, you know, because it's frat party. Then you gotta know somebody in the frat. If you're a guy, their whole thing is trying to get as many hot girls to the party so that the frat guys until Thomas's birthday girl. So we just ended up walking around the campus in our last minute costumes, and back to the hotel we booked for the night, and that was it. Yeah.
So circling back on the first point I made in the video is, if you look at his story, there's nothing crazy that happened, nothing special that happened, but every time I think back on it, I always get happy, yo. And I don't know if it's a combination of how dang that magic was, how good that coffee was, how beautiful San Francisco was, or the fact that I went with good people, man. But the moral of the story is to just do things, yo. If you get invited to something and you don't have a real reason not to go, just go. Don't set any expectations. Don't go thinking that you have to have a great time. Just go and be open to the experience. And if you go with good people, I would say more times than not, you will leave the experience being happy. I want to give a special thanks to everyone who's been tuning into the new Secret Sauce Society series. You know, it's like a vlog, but better. You gotta just watch it to see what's up, man. I honestly believe that I'm just as good at making those as I am at making animated. I know a lot of you, most of you, know me to be making these animated story time videos, but, you know, I honestly believe that I was put here to make art and to make more than one kind of art, and everything that I put out, everything that I show to you guys, everything that I give you from here on out is going to be quality. So if I drop a video, a vlog, a podcast, music, anything, give it a watch, because if you're into those things, I promise you, it's going to be the same quality that you're used to. The same level of entertainment that you here. It might be different, but if you haven't checked out any of the vlogs I've dropped 3 so far, go ahead and check them out, man. I'll link to it at the end of the video in the description so you can check it out. Also, be on the lookout for merch, so make sure you have on your post notifications. I'm going to be dropping a little video, you know, showing you guys all the new fish. I'm coming with a whole lot of things, man, so just make sure you're ready for that. Like the video, make sure you subscribe again, turn on post notifications, watch some more animation, watch those vlogs. Hey, stay saucy. The teacher asked us to get into this pose, which was essentially her trying to make me tear my asshole. That's literally the only way that I could possibly describe it. I had to enter the 4th dimension to prevent myself from ripping my ass as I assumed this pose. So I recently took my first yoga class, and if I could use one word to describe it, that word would be strange. And that's because this class made my body feel things that it has never felt before. And mind you, not in a good way. Let me explain. So I've been battling with some lower back pain recently, most likely because I spent the last 10 months logging 5 to 12 hours a day in front of my computer making these goddamn animations. Not complaining, just saying. So when a nigga asks you to like, comment, and share, it's the least you can do. Just saying. So, you know, started looking for ways to fix my back problem. Eventually, I came to the conclusion that I should try some yoga. So I showed up for the class at my local gym, and I actually felt pretty confident doing it. I mean, I knew that I wasn't exactly the most flexible nigga in the world, but I can touch my toes and shit. Like, how bad could this really be? So I walk into the room, which is dark, by the way. Why? Because yoga. I guess. So I set my spot, get my mat out, and scope out the class. Now, the first thing that I noticed was that I was by far the swollest person in the class. I mean, I could take any one of these fools in a fight, which probably wasn't saying much since they were all women. So there's that. But you know, whatever. There were like 2 other guys. Okay, I mean,
Alright, so they were definitely both in the This isn't the point. This is not the point of the video. Now, besides a handful of girls in the class, none of them exactly struck me as particularly athletic. I mean, like a decent 50% of them were kind of overweight, just soft-bodied white girls. That's what they look like. So I'm like, okay, this can't be that hard. So the class starts, right? And we assume the first pose. Now, I can't even call this a pose. Like, straight up, the instructor was just like, raise your arms to the ceiling, fingers together, shoulders back, stand tall. So I'm in the middle of the stretch, and then she's like, oh, and immediately I realized that I had fucked up. It felt like there was a knot in the middle of the left side of my back, just by holding that basic ass stretch. This was the warm-up to the fucking warm-up, and I was already losing. Mind you, all the women that I just underestimated aren't phased in the slightest. So the class continues, and we're getting the stretches and the poses and whatever, and I'm struggling a little, but I'll keep it up. My mind starts to relax a little, and then I was finally able to take in my environment. And by environment, I mean 20+ women that I was surrounded by. Now, my attention fixates on this one chick in particular. That was yoga pretty close to me. She was kind of hot. I mean, nothing particularly striking about her. She was a solid 7.5 to 8 in the dark. So, I'm watching her. Not like creepily, just like, she was right there. She was right there bending over and stretching and shit. Like, it was a yoga class. Well, as the class progressed and the poses got harder, she got hotter. I had never experienced this before. Like, girls that can dance, hot. The girls that work out, the ones that hit them squats and get that booty right. Hot. Girls that can speak Spanish, muy Cali, and girls that can sprint well, doesn't exactly scream hot. So I wasn't expecting to be turned on by this chick doing some pose called the upward dog. But this girl, in my head, went from being a 7.5 to a fucking 10 as the class went on. Just something about a girl that can put both ankles behind her head makes my dick tingle a little. It was a pleasant surprise. And then shit got moving. The teacher asked us to get into this pose, which was essentially her trying to make me tear my asshole. That's literally the only way that I could possibly describe it. I had to enter the fourth dimension to prevent myself from ripping my ass as I achieved this pose. That's how focused I was. And then the teacher was like, roll your foot to the side and drop your knees to the ground. What? That's not even humanly possible. Like, I am exerting 100% effort to hold what I have going on right here. Which, by the way, wasn't doing well either. And now you want me to drop my knee to the floor? Bitch. And I know that if I try, I will shit myself. I know that I will literally shit in the middle of this yoga class. And then I look back at yoga girl, and she's comfortably holding this position. She looked like she was about to take a nap in this position. And at that point, she stopped being just a hot girl in the dark, and her body literally became arms. I was straight up staring at her. She could turn to me, made eye contact, be like, what the fuck? And I would have been like, could you just not talk right now? I'm trying to admire the human form that you created. And to be honest, you talking is kind of ruining it for me right now. So, yeah, what do you think? It was like that scene from Dragon Ball Z where Goku's fighting Frieza, and Frieza's in that super big-ass swole form, and you're thinking, oh shit, Frieza's final form is crazy. And then Dragon Ball Z is like, watch this. And then he really enters his final form. And even though it's smaller, it's more elegant and impressive somehow. That's how I felt looking at this. Anyway, we do some more poses. Class comes to an end. I hightail it the fuck out of there. And this experience has changed so much for me. For one, I have a newfound appreciation for anyone who does yoga. Like, that shit is hard as fuck. Secondly, from this point on, I refuse to date girls who can't put their ankle in their mouth. Like, you gotta be able to fold your spine like 4 different times for me to even consider dating you. And lastly, always take a shower before you go to yoga class. Like, I had went to the gym 3 hours before to lift weights, and then I was like, I'm not gonna shower, because I got yoga in 3 hours. What I didn't account for was that my face was going to be where my nuts were at some point, and that shit did not smell good. So moral of the story, maybe you're a chick that does yoga, and if you're a chick that does yoga, my Snapchat is not so cool, be pretty neat. What's up, fam? Hope you enjoyed the video. Make sure to like, comment, and most importantly, share this video with friends. It really does help more than you know. Special thanks to those of you who go ahead and see my shit. I really do appreciate it. We are almost at the 5,000 subscriber mark, baby, which is a huge deal for me and halfway to my first super important milestone. So go ahead and help your boy out by sharing this video. It's as simple as going to my Twitter and retweeting my pinned tweet. Make sure you're subscribed to the boy, hit that notification bell while you're at it, so you never miss a video. Next one drops in 7 days or less. I love y'all. See you soon. This is a story of how I got fired from McDonald's. Previously on John Hines Animated. Everyone knows actually, shut up. Love McDonald's. Oh, not McDonald's. Yeah, I got people McDonald's, but that's what do I McDonald's, official sponsor of obesity, diabetes, and but it was the first place to ever give me a job, so I guess it's not all that bad. Psych! McDonald's is straight trash, man. I hate that place. However, I will admit that their fries are amazing. If you told me that they sprinkle a little crack on their fries, I wouldn't be surprised, man. So let's get into the story, shall we? As many of you know, I was born and raised in Kingston, Jamaica, and at the age of 16, I moved to the good old U.S. of A. Broward County, Southern Florida, to be exact. I moved to America for the same reason that every immigrant does. For a better life, more opportunities, essentially a chance to chase the American dream. So needless to say, I was very excited to move to America, and I was even more excited to be going to an American high school. Every episode of Ned Declassified, Boy Meets World, and Degrassi had prepared me for this move. I was finally ready to be an American teen. Or so I thought. You see, I saw that I had everything that I needed to fit into the American high school scene. I had a cool accent from a cool place. I was a great student, outgoing, pretty athletic. I was bound to become a key player to some sporting team. And I've been told that I'm not that hard on God, if you know what I mean. All these things together seems like a perfect recipe for fitting right into an American high school. Unfortunately, as it turns out, I had left out one key ingredient. The thing that was going to make or break my high school experience. Swag. Now, in my opinion, your swag consists of 2 things. The first being your personality, how you carry yourself, and the second thing being how you present yourself, i.e. the way you dress. Now, personality-wise, I had my shit on lock. And by on lock, I mean I held my shit together as well as you can expect a teenage guy to be able to. Because, realistically, there's a lot going on inside of you. Right? For one, your body is an absolute war zone. Your hormones are surging off the fucking chart. Weird shit starts to happen. All of a sudden, you gotta deal with acne, weird facial hair, and then for some reason, you feel this urge to try talking to the opposite sex, but you don't know what to say. You have to figure out how to communicate, hey, I want you to let me part of my body inside a part of your body. Or vice versa, without being weird. On top of the fact that you have no idea what the fuck you're doing. Let's be honest, right? And of course, when that shit goes down in a blaze of awkwardness, you go get porn. And that's really where shit gets dark, man. There was just so much porn. Too much. I think it's safe to say too much porn. Like, if I had to describe what my mid-teenage years were like, it would be these long periods of jerking off, eating and sleeping, and in between those periods, there were these tiny slivers of time. That's where everything else happened. So all of that considered, my personality as a teenager was as cool as anyone could expect. The part that I didn't have unlocked, however, was the clothing part. You see, in America, brand name is everything. And unfortunately for me, I did not know that when I moved to America. So I showed up to school in my goddamn Costco brand faded glory polo and denim jeans, feeling like a boss. And I instantly realized that when I sit among my peers, one of these things is not like the others. I was not properly dressed for high school success. Everyone who was anyone in school was rocking Hollister this, Diamond that, Obey this, American Eagle that, Express jeans, Levi's, the list goes on and on. I saw that if I was going to break into the cool kids crowd, or at the very least, not be in the lame kids crowd, I had to set my shit up. So I called my dad, hoping that he could drop me a diamond surprise package. But the call was something like, hey Dad, what's up? I'm good. You know, just there doing my thing. Oh, yeah, it's been good, you know. You know me, Dad. School doesn't get hard for me. That's great. Although, I was wondering, just school stuff, you know. Well, I mean, clothes. Yeah, Dad, but they're not cool enough, man. Like, I wanted some cool clothes. You know, to fit in better? No, Dad. Yes, Dad. So basically, my swag was bound to stay on a minimum well before keeping your swag on a minimum was considered cool by any. So for months, I continued to go to school wearing my clothes from Jamaica. And at the same time, I started to grow like a weed. In less than a year, I went from being 5'10" to 6'1", which of course was a good thing. It made me more useful on the basketball court, and it bolstered my confidence. But on the flip side, all of my shirts started to get that crop top action. So now, not only were my clothes uncool, but they were getting too small. I would stretch my arms to reach something on a high shelf and end up looking like a big man and lady coming through from forever fucking hanging out. So at this point, I was able to convince my parents to send me to Lowe's to go buy clothes. But the money didn't move very far. I mean, you can only wear the exact same three outfits many times before people start to know. Things were looking grim, and it seemed as if I would never climb up the extremely shallow and superficial yet alluring social ladder to the house. Just then, when all hope seemed lost, a small golden light appeared at the end of the tunnel. And as we got closer, the golden light took the form of an arm. Wait, no, two golden arches. Yes, it was. My first job. I lived with my aunt and uncle in Florida along with two older cousins who also moved to New York. Both of whom had jobs at McDonald's, and the older of the two cousins was a manager. So one day after getting roasted for wearing a pair of USPA shorts, which is a fucking story in of itself, my cousin told me that she could get me a job at McDonald's if I wanted. Now, up until then, I had never considered the prospect of getting a job. But now that it was laid in front of me, it all makes sense. If my parents aren't going to give me money for clothes, then I might as well go and make it by myself. So my cousin got me an interview, which she ended up doing herself, and just like that, I got it. I was 16 years old, and I couldn't have been more proud of myself. I didn't hear that it was for what is literally the most wrong possible in the latter part of the job. I was about to exactly that. And thus began my very short relationship with the job. Because little did I know that I was about to experience the most awful month of my entire professional life. That's right, it only took me 1 month to get fired from this place. And the series of events that unfolded within that month marked the passionate fires of the hatred and detest for the establishment known only as McDonald's. So now you have some context as to why and how I got the job in the first place, and how badly I would have wanted it all to work out. But alas, instead of being the solution of my dreams, it was in an complete. So stay tuned for the second part of this animation, part 2 of how I got fired. As I give you all the brief details of how and why I was terminated from this job. What's up, fam? Thanks for watching this another John Hines animation story. I hope y'all don't mind me making this a 2-part video. I just really wanted to give y'all the backstory as to what motivated me to get in this job in the first place. And I didn't want y'all to have to wait 2 to 3 weeks for another animation, so I thought this story broke into 2 parts pretty well. That's what I mean. I thank y'all in advance for all the love that you're about to show this video by liking it, sharing it, and commenting down below. Don't know what to comment? Tell me about the first shitty job you ever had, if you ever had one. If you haven't, what's your dream job? Tell me about that. And make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't. Also, do me a big favor and join the notification band by hitting the notification bell by the subscribe button if you haven't already. Make sure to add your Snap, Snapchat, for daily progress video reports, quick updates, and a great way to connect with me. Thank you as always for your love and support. I love y'all. Last time on John Hines Animation. So now you have some context as to why and how I got this job in the first place, and how bad I would have wanted it all to work out. But alas, instead of being the solution of my dreams, it was creating something of my own.
You listen to Frank O'Brien?
Now, I call this video how I got fired from the job, which implies that I was actually fired from my job for being a terrible employee. Which I was, not gonna lie. If there was a specialist consisting of all the people who fired me, I definitely have to know if not all of them checked out. But technically, I could have also just as easily named this video why I quit my job at the time. In a way, my breakup with McDonald's was just like my breakup with my high school sweetheart. Because in both situations, if you were to ask who broke up with who, it kind of depends on who you ask. I definitely broke up with her. This is what I mean. If you were to pull out my employee record from McDonald's, my file would definitely say not rehired, indicating that they didn't fire my ass. But in actuality, I stopped showing up to work well before they stopped putting me on, which in my book counts as quitting. That said, I probably wasn't that far away from being fired anyway. For instance, I suck. It was literally nothing that I could do well. I actually felt bad for the managers whenever I showed up. Because the moment any district manager saw me, the cogs turning in their heads as they try to figure out where they could put me so that I would do the least amount of damage to the crew's ability to get shit done. You see, regardless of where you work in the food industry, whether it be for an excuse of a sandwich shop like McDonald's or for an upscale pantry dropper like Benny's, honest, the success of your crew boils down to one thing, and that thing is time. Every good crew at any food establishment has one thing in common, and that is that they all run like a well-tuned clock. Every beer needs to be turning at just the right speed for every move to run smoothly. Timing is key. One little hiccup in the machinery can set the whole thing off track. Well, it turns out adding a 16-year-old John Hines to your restaurant crew was like taking your fine-tuned clock and beating the ever-living shit out of it with a sledgehammer. It honestly didn't matter where you put. Oh, you want to put me on the grill? Sure, just don't expect any fresh burgers when you run out, dude. Because you can bet your ass they will not be right. Or even better, what's that you say? The Angus Street Burger place full, and we don't need any more because we probably won't sell any for a little while. Well, here's 10 more. Sorry. Oh, say what now? You want me to make some cookies? Oh, okay. Just know that you're probably going to have to ask someone else to do another tray after me because I'm definitely going to forget about them in the oven. So, you might as well just take 24 cookies out of the freezer and just throw them in the garbage because it's basically doing the same thing. Come again? You actually want me to extend the burgers? Have you lost your mind? I mean, sure, I'll do it. That is, of course, if you're okay with waiting 5 minutes per burger, because I definitely don't remember how to make any of this shit. Except the McChicken, I will definitely be spending an extra 2 minutes trying to find the instructions on this little picture thing above the sandwich table, so, yep, sorry. Eventually, the manager did figure out my problem. I became the bread guy. You see, when you work on a sandwich table at McDonald's, your responsibilities include, but are not limited to, checking for new orders, making sure the bread trays are full, toasting the bread, and assembling the sandwich. I was so bad at everything else that the manager decided to take the two simplest responsibilities of the sandwich makers and give them to me. So for entire shifts, my job was to make sure that the bun trays were always full and to toast the buns for the new orders. And whenever it got slow, I was just clean. That was pretty fucking sick. I also stole a lot. Wait, let me explain. Almost everyone who worked there stole. And no, I don't mean money. I'm talking about food. Whether it was squeezing 13 nuggets into a 10-piece box, or putting an extra patty and some bacon on a burger, or my personal specialty, smuggling cookies into your pocket when the manager wasn't looking. Stealing was just a part of the culture. And as all of you should know by now, that John Hines will always do it for the culture. And although I might have been one of the worst employees McDonald's has ever hired when it came to actually doing my job, I was a god at stealing cookies. At any given time, I had at least 5 cookies in either of my pockets, and I never got caught. And I know what some of you are thinking, John, in your Pokemon video, you said that you've only ever stolen one thing in your life. What the hell is all this about? Listen, like I said, everybody stole. So it's like, if everyone steals, is anyone really stealing? Yeah, so those are all the legitimate reasons for why McDonald's should have bought. But they didn't. And even though it sucked working there because I was just so bad at my job, that wasn't the reason why I actually quit. I quit for the same reason most people quit their shitty job, which surprisingly isn't because the job is shitty. Most people who quit their shitty job do so because of the shitty people they work with. I've actually never met someone who quit their job because they were just fed up with the pay, or didn't like the hours, or didn't like the work. I mean, those may have been contributing factors, but the main reason, the straw that will always break the camel's back, is some dumb ass person. Whether it be a boss, a coworker, I mean, even one really bad customer can be enough to just say, nope, fuck this, I'm out. So for me, it was my fellow staff that motivated me to quit. Here are the 3 things that made me quit. 1, I work at a McDonald's in Broward County, Florida. And if you know anything about South Florida, you know that it is flooded with Hispanics. So naturally, most of my coworkers now, I have no problem with Hispanics. A lot of my best friends are Hispanic. Latinas are without doubt the most beautiful women on the planet. I know this, I've dated two of them. And next to Jamaican, Spanish is that fuego. I mentioned the fact that they were Hispanic because my Spanish coworkers would just constantly talk shit about me in Spanish. And you know what? I probably deserve it because I'm pretty ass at my job. But at least have the decency to do it behind my back. I mean, I would see two of my coworkers look right at me, they turn to each other, say some telenovela mumbo jumbo, and then have a good ass laugh. And although I didn't know what they were saying, I sure as hell knew what throwing shade. And the second reason I quit was because I worked with him. And you might think that the devil isn't real. And if he is, it's a large red, half goat, half man, Baphomet looking thing. Well, no, you're wrong. The devil is real. And she is a forfeit that is visible in Spanish. If a black hole was in the middle of South Florida, I guarantee you that it was in fact a result of so much fucking people being combined. That kind of density is bound to be critical mass extension. And when it does, that McDonald's is going to be down zero. I could go on and on about how terrible it was working for this woman. She would yell and snap at people. She called people names. She was the type of person to fuck with your butt. Just because you pissed her off that day, which was every freaking day for my 8 hours today. I would have an 8-hour shift and she would make me take my lunch an hour after I got here. Tell me some bullshit about all the ways it would work out for everyone. Shit. Oh, I remember this one time she straight up held my check hostage until the end of the shift on payday just because she wanted to see. And I know she wasn't being a bullshit because everybody else got their checks. So what the fuck? But the thing that made me realize that I did not want to be there anymore was when I saw a fellow employee do something that every customer says will happen to them when they get food from a place like that. I saw a coworker fuck with someone. So this guy, let's call him Jose. Why? He's Spanish. So Jose was making a sandwich, and as he was making a sandwich, he accidentally dropped the top bun on the ground. I then watched him watch me watch him as he reached down, picked up the bun, and continued to make the sandwich. Now, I was this dude was easily 25, and apparently had been working there for quite a while. He was slow, spoke almost no English, shit, he barely spoke English. He had face tattoos, that is, tattoos on his face. So basically, I wasn't gonna say shit. Instead, I walked over to the pickup area, retrieved the contaminated sandwich, threw it away, and then made a fresh one myself. So if you ever ordered a cheeseburger from a McDonald's in Pembroke Pines, Florida, the one by the LA Bridge in the month of October in 2011, and it took hella long to get there, and was made incorrectly, you're fucking well. Because there's a good chance that that one was the reason. And although you were probably disappointed when you got it, at least you know it wasn't previously used to clean the McDonald's floor before getting it. That was the last shift I ever went to. I called out every shift after that. And then they put me off the shift. So that's how I technically get fired from McDonald's. Moral of the story, as was once said, I'm very, very funny. Fuck McDonald's. What's up, Sam? Thanks for watching another podcast. Make sure to feel free, boy, and subscribe if you haven't. Big shout out to everyone who has been supporting my new skit
can judge Carmichael's being unbiased.
There are things I have gone through that will never experience. I chose to do the right thing. My character is still on trial.
All Rise returns Monday, 9/8 Central on CBS.
As a result, we were warned that anybody who caught a suspension, even once, for any reason at all, was not going to be allowed to walk the stage during graduation. And I know Pablo Escobar got shot or whatever, but that actually sounds way better than having to tell your Jamaican mother that you can't participate in graduation. I mean, death by firing squad sounds way more pleasant if you ask me. So I almost didn't graduate high school in Jamaica because the dean of discipline of my school caught me selling candy during morning devotion. Now, I know most of you watching live in America, so morning devotion, dean of discipline, these might be unfamiliar terms to you. Now, for the uninitiated, grew up in Jamaica, graduated Jamaican high school at 16, moved to America, did junior and senior year in Florida, and then graduated American high school. But this story is in the Jamaican high school, so stick with me. There are a lot of differences between high school in Jamaica and high school in America. Public high school in Jamaica, everybody wears uniform. In America, you pretty much wear whatever you want. Jamaican public school, we start the day off with morning devotion, where we sing praises, clasp our hands, close our eyes, and pray to the good Lord Jesus Christ. In American high school, you make TikToks with your buddies, or whatever the fuck you niggas are doing in 2020. Oh, that's right, y'all niggas in Zoom class. That's right. In American public school, all throughout the campus, you have these large magical boxes where, for just a little bit of pocket change, you can get just about any snack or drink that your little heart desires. In Jamaica, it's a little different. When I was going to school, we didn't have vending machines on the campus. Instead, we have street vendors, people with carts that they fill with snacks and drinks and all kinds of shit. And they push it down the street, and that's where you go when you want to buy a snack. And in a lot of ways, it's better than a vending machine because you can't negotiate with a vending machine. If it costs $1.25 for the Doritos, you better have $1.25. With the street vendors, shit, they'll take $1.15. Anyway, what this means is that the only time you can get any food, snacks, candy, drinks during school in Jamaica was during your 45-minute lunch period. Because street vendors pushing their carts down high school hallways during class time would be ridiculous. Which means, if you didn't bring snacks to school, or you didn't stock up during lunchtime, during the rest of school, you pretty much have no way to get any food, especially snacks and especially candy. This created what I like to call a snack vacuum, where other kids saw an oppressive school rule that prevented you from getting candy during class time. I saw a business opportunity. And to be fair, I didn't come up with the idea. I saw this other kid selling Jolly Ranchers out of his backpack to my classmates, and immediately I was like, yo, that's a lot of money. I could be doing that. So I went up to the kid and I asked him, where does he get the candy? He told me that he buys it in bulk at a wholesale. Instantly, I remembered that my cousin that I grew up with, who was like a big sister to me, was married to a Chinese guy who owned a wholesale downtown. So I went home, told my mom about the business idea, and of course, she was very supportive. My mom has always supported anything I wanted to do, so long as it didn't get in the way of school. So she called my cousin, who spoke to her husband, who then basically was giving me the candy for the price that he was getting. Meaning, I was getting my candy for less than wholesale price. Do you get that? Let me break this shit down to you. Okay, so let's say you go in a gas station, right? You look down by the register, what do you see? A big box of Snickers bars, $1 each. And let's say the box holds 20 Snickers bars. If you wanted to buy all 20 Snickers bars,
I'm looking for my sister. I heard she lived the YPJ fighting ISIS.
Coming here was a big mistake.
I'm not living without my sister.
you'd have to pay $20. Well, if you were to go to a wholesale store, you could just buy the big box unopened for $10. So now you're paying 50 cents per Snickers bar. And that's because the guy who owns the wholesale store is buying these boxes by the crate load directly from Snickers. So he's getting them for like 5-10 cents per Snickers bar. That's the price I was paying, because the guy who owned the wholesale store was making babies with my cousin, who again is like a big sister to me. It's not what you know, it's who you know. After one day of selling candy, I made back my initial $20 investment plus profit. By the end of the week, I had 2 other dudes selling candy for me. I was making so much money that I stopped asking my mom for lunch money. Of course, she would still give it to me, but that just went right back into the business, of course. And I was never a tough guy back in school, but something about having other dudes who grew up in the hood report back to you at the end of the day with money in their hand just gives you a certain Pablo Escobar-esque type feeling, you know? Now the truth is, these niggas were stealing from me constantly. They stole candy, they stole money, but because the profit margins were so high, it was worth the loss. I was still making money hand over fist. Now, of course, a guy like Pablo Escobar would disagree with that, based on principle. You know, he'd cut their legs off and throw them in a river. But me, Christian boy, I go to church on Sundays, and I just wanted some new shoes, an Xbox, you know, some cool clothes. That's all I really wanted. So if that meant having to take a loss here and there, well, that was okay with me. Now, if you were paying attention during the beginning of the video, it wouldn't take a rocket scientist to realize that this was probably against the rules, right? Actually, this was so against the rules that if you were caught selling candy to other students, you'd get suspended. 3 suspensions, and you're expelled. But I wasn't worried about getting expelled. What I was worried about was not graduating. You see, my senior year of high school in Jamaica was on record the most disobedient, disrespectful, unruly graduating class to have ever come out of Arden High School. At least according to the dean of discipline, the music teacher, the principal, and everybody else who we were supposed to be listening to. As a result, we were warned that anybody who caught a suspension, even once, for any reason at all, was not going to be allowed to walk the stage during graduation. And I know Pablo Escobar got shot or whatever, but that actually sounds way better than having to tell your Jamaican mother that you can't participate in graduation. I mean, death by firing squad sounds way more pleasant if you ask me. So one morning, during morning devotion, I was chilling at my desk when one of my homies and classmates, Peter, looked over to me and gave me that look. It was that, hey, got any candy look? And of course, by now, everybody knew I was the plug. My gut told me that it was too early to start selling, you know? I mean, if for no other reason than the fact that it's the Lord's time. I mean, we're supposed to be praying to God right now. Here I am slinging illegal candy under his nose. So Peter comes over to my desk, hands me like, I don't know, 25 cents, which probably back then got you about a few Jolly Ranchers, you know, just enough to hold you over till lunchtime. I discreetly pass Peter the candy, and as I'm pulling away my hand, I look up, and who do I see staring me in the soul? The Dean of Discipline. Instantly, my heart drops. I put my hands in my pocket, and I look down at my desk, and I'm just hoping that he did not realize what just occurred. But he was not a fool. All I hear is, Mr. Hines, to the front of the classroom, please. Fuck. I start walking to the front. Whoa, Mr. Hines, don't forget your bag. Bring that too. As a matter of fact, here, give it to me. I'll keep it safe. And we walk to his office, and
It's really cold out here, but
These layers really keep me warm. They move well with me. I'm able to do all the mobility I need to get really warmed up. Kept me at the perfect temperature, so I was able to get a really.
We get to his office. He sits me down, opens the bag, sees the candy. Mr. Hines, are you aware of the consequences of being caught soliciting candy during school hours? Yeah. So then you know you will not be walking the stage with the graduating class. Yeah. And you have nothing to say for yourself. When I don't show up to school next week, ask my mother where my body is buried. Oh. Mr. Hines, you know, I thought you were much smarter than this. I'm also aware that you're an okay student. You don't really get in trouble. So here's what I'm willing to do, Mr. Hines. I will allow you to walk the stage with your classmates. But you are still suspended. You must show up to school tomorrow wearing the black and white. And if you are caught soliciting candy again, I can guarantee that you will not be graduating this year. You understand? Yes, sir. Good. All right, now go back to your class. Oh, one more thing, Mr. Hines. Thank you for the candy. It will not go to waste. And thus marks the end of my legal candy selling career. Taught me a lot. Had a lot of fun. Made me some money. I'm glad I got to graduate. But you know what? Even if I didn't, I'm glad I did what I did. Because no risks, no reward. And sometimes the greatest reward is finding out that you have the balls to take the risk in the first place. Yeah, that kind of sounded good. We gotta go! Maybe we're wasting time. Jesus Christ, Chris! I want you just break. Chris, don't tell me that. Chris! How much time I tell you not to throw a ball in that house, Chris? I just yesterday I buy the vase, you know. I come from Leeds, put down the vase, and not even 2 days can pass before you break. Why your head so tough, Chris? Go to your room. Get your father belt and go to your room. Turn off the lights, take off your clothes, and lie down on the bed. Chris, go to your room. Yo, hey, yo, dog, yo, look at this. Look, you watching? You watching? Oh, okay. Nigga, where is you learning how to do this? Bro, I told you, you gotta go check out Young Don's vlogs, bro. He be dropping all kind of gems, man. Teaching niggas how to cook and shit. The guy that makes cartoons, bro, he checks all the boxes, man. When you want to laugh, you watch the animation. When you want to turn up, listen to his music. And when you want to know how to live life, you gotta watch his vlogs. Had to cut a couple niggas off like a payphone, all because they didn't want to change what I gave them. Is that it? My parents didn't hit me a lot as a kid. So when they did, it really left an impression. Literally and metaphorically. One of my most memorable ass whoopings happened when I was in the 2nd grade. And I remember it so clearly because of how traumatizing it was. And the funny part is, the actual beating itself, not that bad. And I know that because that's not what I remember. I mean, I remember lying on the bed, pulling down my pants, all of that. But I don't remember how long it lasted or how much it hurt. What I do remember with crystal clarity, however, was the lead up to the actual beating. That was the traumatic part. The worst part about getting hit by a black parent is that they tell you it's coming. They give you a warning. They want you to think about it. Like you fuck up, right? As a kid, you threw a ball in the house, not supposed to play ball in the house. And now, your mother's new decorative vase that had nothing in it, by the way, so why even have the vase? You don't know. All you know is that now it's broken. Jesus Christ, Chris. I want to just break. Chris, don't tell me that. Chris, how much time I tell you not to throw a ball in that house, Chris? I just yesterday I buy the vase, you know. I come from Leeds, put down the vase, and not even 2 days can pass before you break. Why your head so tough, Chris? Go to your room. Get your father belt and go to your room. Turn off the lights, take off your clothes, and lie down on the bed. Chris, Go to your room. So now you're just lying in the bed, naked, scared, in the dark, waiting to get beat with nothing but your childish imagination to come up with the worst case scenario. The beating may be child abuse, but the suspense is torture. Now, to be fair, that example I just gave never happened, okay? My mom never beat me for breaking shit. She would hit me for weird things, like lying. But this next beating that I'm about to tell you about did happen. It was at the hands of my father. Now, I've always hated homework, right? Most kids hate homework. But for as long as I can remember, I have always tried to get around doing it. I would lie to my parents and tell them that I didn't get any. Then I'd lie to the teacher, tell her I left it at home. I'm talking since grade 1, bro. It's been fuck homework, nigga. So in the 2nd grade, right, they introduced this thing to us called a homework reminder. It was a little paperback notebook that we were supposed to write down our homework assignments in. The teacher would write all the homework on the board in the morning, and you had all day to write it down in your homework reminder before school was over. On top of that, we got like a little 15-minute break or something every day, which was just for writing down your homework. Here's the thing, though. In the 2nd grade, my time management skills weren't amazing, right? Anytime I got a break from class, all I wanted to do was play or eat fruit snacks or some shit. I wasn't trying to hear no about no homework. Plus, I knew that when my dad came to pick me up from school, if I didn't write it down, he would just write it down for me, which I thought made way more sense because he was like way better at writing, nigga. So one afternoon, my dad arrived at school to pick me up, at which point he asked me if I had written down the homework. Of course I say no, but this time he wasn't so chill about it. Chris, why don't you write down your homework? Huh? Why whenever I come to pick you up, you're outside playing and your homework's not written down? Because when I don't know when I just tried, but it's hard. Chris, okay, listen. Tomorrow when I pick you up from school, make sure your homework is written down. I don't have time for this. I have to get back to work. This is my lunchtime, you understand? Yeah, I'm sorry, Dad. So the next day I get to school, I see the teacher writing the homework on the board, and I was like, lunchtime? I'm definitely gonna get to that. Fast forward to the end of lunchtime, I get back to class, and I see kids putting away their homework reminders. So I'm like, okay, for sure, 100%. When we get our break to write down our homework, I'm definitely gonna get to that. Now, as you can imagine, this happened so long ago, the details are blurry. I'm not sure how I actually spent that little break time. What I know for sure is that I didn't use it to write down the homework. Probably spent it playing tic-tac-toe with my classmates or something. And I know that because what I do remember is my father arriving at my school to pick me up, and my homework was not written down. In fact, I remember I was actually in the middle of writing it down when he showed up, which I thought was an improvement. But clearly he didn't. He sees my teacher, who was still in the classroom, waiting on me to write down the homework so she could clean the board, and he asks her, why isn't his homework already written down? And of course, she just throws me under the bus, tells him I was playing around every time I got a chance to do it. So then he walks over to my desk, looks at me, and extends his hand, signaling that I should hand him my homework reminder. I give him the book, he writes down the homework, puts it in my bag, and signals that it's time to go. So we're walking to the car, and he's quiet. We get to the car, and I remember right before we get inside, he stops and looks at me. And then he says to me, you know I have to punish you, right? To which I say, yeah. He pauses again, and then he asks me, how do you think I should punish you? I take a second to think about it, and then I say, maybe you could ground me? My dad's like, ground you? What do you mean? I'm like, yeah, like you know, I'm not allowed to like do anything fun or watch TV. My dad starts laughing, bro. Son, grounding isn't real. You watch too much TV. No, I'm gonna beat your ass.
He needs some milk.
I start panicking, immediately. On the inside, of course, if I started crying right then and there, it would have only made the beating worse. So on the drive home, I tried to negotiate with him, but he was not having it. We get home, and then he tells me to go pick out a belt. So I go to my mom's closet, and I see this navy blue fabric belt. And I pick it, thinking that I was being smart, you know, because this was the one that's gonna hurt the least. But of course, my decision only offended my father. So then he went and grabbed the thickest, blackest leather belt in the closet, bro. He sends me to my room and tells me to pull down my pants and lie down on the bed. And I just start crying, bro. I hear the door open, and nigga, you know how this shit goes from here, bro.
Daddy, please, I'm sorry. Stop the crying. Okay, I love you. Stop the crying. Move your hand. When the teacher write the homework on the board, you must stop the playing and write it down. You understand me? You understand me? Yeah, I'm sorry. Good. All right, come. Get your towel and wipe off your face.
That was definitely the worst spanking I've ever gotten. I got one more beating after that.
I know that no matter where you are in your career, that sometimes we all question whether or not this is right for us.
This is a lot of work, a lot of tiring.
My sister kneels down and is like, let me see. I take my hand off my toes so she could see, but I didn't look. But between the look my sister had on her face and how bad my toes were hurting, I was expecting her to say, yo, your toes, they're gone. Yo, what's good, bro? After you finish watching this animation, make sure to go and check out my vlog channel. If I had to describe it, it would be spirituality and personal development meets adventure and art. There's no vlog on the internet like it. We just hit 70,000 subscribers. I'm trying to hit 71,000. So go over there and check it out. You feel me? You can hit the card in the top right corner of the screen or use the link in the description down below. Alright, I'll see y'all over there, man. It's a dope vlog. Go check it out. So I recently told you the story of my dad giving me a spanking for not doing what I was supposed to do in school during the second grade. And that was definitely the most memorable spanking I have. I think the only time he ever spanked me on my butt too. He was more of a hold out your hand kind of discipline. And after that happened in the second grade, I think my dad disciplined me physically only once more. And that must have been either in the third or fourth grade. So here's what happened. One day after school, my sister and I were hanging out in my mom's room. And I don't know how it was for you, but growing up, mom's room was the best room. Her pillows were softer, the bed was bigger, and there was a TV with all the channels in there. And back then, that was the only bedroom with air conditioning. So her room was like the oasis in the house, always clean, always comfortable. So after school, that was the chill spot for me and my sister. Well, around this time, my mother had recently purchased an elliptical, which was a very strange machine to me at the time. I don't think I ever saw one before she bought it. Now, she made it very clear that this wasn't a toy, right? It wasn't a plaything. It was supposed to be for exercise. So, of course, whenever she wasn't around, I'd get on it and go for a ride. To me, it was an exercise. I was playing, okay? I got Cartoon Network on the TV. I got some Kool-Aid and potato chips chilling on the night table beside the bed. Nigga, I don't think I would have had more fun at Disneyland, bro. So one fateful afternoon, my sister and I are laying in my mom's bed watching cartoons when I decided to get up on the elliptical. So I'm riding it, and then I'm like, hey, you trying to turn up though? She's like, sure. So I give her a turn on the elliptical. And I've always been super competitive, right? Anytime my sister and I were playing anything, I'd find a way to turn it into a competition. So I say to her, okay, let's see who can make it go faster. Of course, being older and a boy, I won. Then I was like, okay, how about this? Let's see who can make it go backwards the fastest. Surprise, surprise, I'm that guy. And my sister wasn't a sore loser, but there's only so much loss any person can take before they don't want to play anymore. Realizing that, I tried to come up with something based on the elliptical that she could maybe win, right? So here's what I came up with. The challenge was, my sister was to get on the elliptical and start pedaling at full speed, as hard as she could. I was then going to attempt to bring it to a stop by putting my foot on the foot pedal thing and apply force in the opposite direction. Basically, I was thinking, I'm so much stronger than my little sister that even as she's pedaling the elliptical at full speed, I'll be able to stop it. Well, turns out that's not how physics work.
Without the right nutrition, your dog may not be at 100%, maybe even a little overweight. But with Petco's new Right Food Finder, finding the right food is easier. Help your dog get back to living 100%.
Water tastes like, well, water. So we fixed it. Meow.
And unfortunately, you don't learn the formula for momentum until after the 3rd grade. So I didn't realize that once she got the elliptical going, I was going to be pushing against not just her strength, but as well as all the force that she would have generated from turning the elliptical as fast as she could. So there she is, pedaling at full speed. I'm standing beside her with what I am sure was a very smug look on my face, as I was sure this could only end one way. She gives me the signal to say, all right, take a shot. I pick up my foot, time her rotations, and then I slam my bare foot down on the pedal. Not only was I unable to stop the elliptical, but it was going so fast that it flung my foot right into the rotating wheel at the front of the elliptical. And remember, this was in like 2003, 2004 when ellipticals didn't have the protective coverings over the wheels that they got today. Needless to say, my foot might as well have been thrown into a rotating cheese grater. I scream out in agony and then fall to the floor holding my toesies. My sister hops off and is of course very worried. I'm holding my foot and blood is starting to drip from my hands, so I know it's bad, but I'm scared to look. My sister kneels down and is like, let me see. I take my hand off my toes so she could see, but I didn't look. But between the look my sister had on her face and how bad my toes were hurting, I was expecting her to say, yo, your toes, they're gone. I'm like, yo, how bad is it? She's like, pretty bad. So I muster up the courage and I take a look. I didn't know it was possible for that much blood to come from such a small part of your body. But my toe was leaking, bro. Luckily, it was still attached. But there was a nasty gash on the toe beside my big toe, and all the other toes were fucked. But the one beside the big toe, that one looked like it was in trouble. So I call out for my auntie, who took care of us while my mom was at work. She comes in the room and is like, what did you do? She sees the blood, she sees the guilt on our faces, and she knew right away that we did some dumb shit with the elliptical. She gets some hydrogen peroxide, some bandages, cleans up the wound, bandages it up, and calls for a taxi to take us to the doctor. So I get to the doctor, they look at my toe, and they tell me I came very close to cutting it off. But thank Jesus, it was still pretty much intact, and I just had a really bad flesh wound. I wasn't going to be able to wear shoes for a couple of weeks, but at least I wasn't going to lose my toe. And my mom was mad, but she was more relieved that I didn't cut off my toe. Anyway, a few days pass, and I've started to put the incident behind me when my dad stops by the house to visit me and see how I was doing. It was like a Saturday morning, and I'm happy to see him, as I'm always happy to see my dad. He sees me, cracks a few jokes about my toes, and gives me a big old hug. So he hugs me, and then he looks at me, and he's like, well, you know what I gotta do now, right? I'm like, what do you mean, what do you gotta do? What do you gotta do, Dad? He's like, what do you think? Get the belt. You know he wasn't supposed to be playing on that goddamn elliptical. I'm like, are you serious? Was almost losing my toe not enough for you? Must you beat me as well? He's like, son, it's about the principle. Oh, which reminds me, don't forget to bring your sister. She's getting some of this too. I'm like, damn, this nigga ain't got no heart. So I get my sister, I get the belt, and this time I didn't fight it. No tears, no hesitation. I took them shits like a man. She said, come through, it's a go. I hit her back like I know. I got her. She said, come through, it's a go.
When you can get everything in the room from one place, you can fill your home and your season for a lot less. This is holiday decor improved from HomeDepot.com. Get up to 35% off select furniture, decor, and kitchenware at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
So I get out of the shower, I walk into my room, I grab my phone, and I lay on the floor. Butt ass naked, wet, and scared. I thought to myself, if I don't get help right now, I'm gonna pass out, I'm gonna suffocate in my sleep, and I'm not gonna wake up. I type 911 in my phone. And then I stop. I think to myself, am I really about to let these people in my apartment complex see me like this, bro? Are you good? You know how embarrassing that would be? So here's what happened. It was after school on a typical hot sunny day in Jamaica, and I'm on the blacktop basketball court by myself shooting hoops in my school uniform. So there I am, doing my thing, when through the corner of my eye, I see a familiar face walking up to the court. And I knew what he wanted. He wanted to shoot around. Now if it was anyone else, I would have gladly welcomed the company. But fuck this guy. So you just watched a scene from one of my upcoming animations confronting the high school bully. It's gonna be fire, but in order for you to fully enjoy it, I need you guys to go watch my last animation trying to impress the high school bully. I promise you, you're gonna be glad you had watched that one before this one comes out. It's 14 minutes long, and it's very entertaining, link in the description. Go check it out, and that way when I drop this next animation coming out very soon, you're gonna love it. Alright? Cool. Go watch the video. Peace. I used to think that people who complain about anxiety were just weak people. You remember that scene from The Dark Knight Rises where Bane is like, oh, you think darkness is your ally. You've merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. Nigga, that's me in stress, nigga, that's me, bro, that's how I feel. I was born into stress, molded by it. Because I was born and raised in the murder capital of the world. Side note, apparently El Salvador just passed us for #1, which either means progress or El Salvador is now literally the footstool of Lucifer. Either way, second still pretty bad. You want to know what the news sounds like every night in Jamaica? Death, death, murder, murder, death. Also, the cricket team is doing really well. Breaking news, there has just been more death and also murder. Like, just Google images Jamaican house, bro. They all got bars on the windows and doors, all of them. That's so you can keep all the death, murder outside your house. In America, you lock your door with a cute little key. I knew the word master lock before I knew when my birthday was, because that's the brand of padlock you use to lock your doors at night. It's basically voluntary imprisonment. So when I hear people complain about having anxiety, I'm like, okay, nigga, you go tell me that you too hot next or hungry? Welcome to life, bro. Just be glad you didn't have to participate until you became a teenager. I always thought anxiety was normal. Like, for as long as I can remember, I've never woken up and just felt calm, you know? Like, from the moment I open my eyes, it's just pressure. Deadlines, relationships, expectations, money, family obligations. I always felt like I was either running from something or trying to catch something. What that something is, I don't fucking know. All I know is that I just gotta keep running. And this is the way that I've lived my life. Thinking stress, worry, and anxiety are simply burdens that all who pursue excellence must bear. And anyone who complains about it, or even go as far as to say they have panic attacks, are just not cut out for the honest brutality of life. But one day, that all changed, and I had my first ever full-blown panic attack, during which I truly believed that I was going to die. It was in the middle of the day. I had gotten maybe 2 or 3 hours of work done when I sat on my couch feeling very sleepy, which I thought was very weird because I had just finished my 3rd cup of coffee for the day, and it was maybe 1 o'clock. I remember feeling lightheaded and hot, but the heat was coming from inside my body. So I laid down on the couch and closed my eyes, and within minutes I passed out. I don't know how much time passed, maybe 30 minutes to an hour, when I was awoken by this pulsating thud in my head. I sit up and I feel like I just ran a marathon. My heart was racing, I was out of breath, which immediately alarmed me because I was just asleep. Quickly, I realized that I couldn't breathe. Sound familiar? Something told me it wasn't AFib though. If you don't know what AFib is, go watch the Night My Heart Stopped Beating video. I actually thought, yo, I might have just caught the sickness, bro. You know the one. The reason why everybody got to wear a mask now. I started regretting all the shit I talked about, how I think the whole thing is overblown and a waste of time and money. I started praying to God to save me from the disease. I get up, super lightheaded, and I made my way to the bathroom. And then I look in the mirror. Bro, my eyes were more red than the most red they had ever been from hitting the dankest of decks. At this point, I realized that my brain wasn't getting any oxygen. Shortness of breath, lightheadedness, red in the eyes. That's what a dude looks like when he's getting choked out in MMA.
Race for impact. Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers. That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel's getting stiff. Lock the door. We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
I get undressed and I hop in the shower, hoping the cold water hitting my skin will help with the inflammation in my lungs. But I honestly couldn't stand under the water for even 10 seconds. I felt like I was gonna pass out. So I get out of the shower, I walk into my room, I grab my phone, and I lay on the floor. Butt ass naked, wet, and scared. I thought to myself,